Hey, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. Hey, nosy neighbors. Listen, I'm stuffy. The allergies are kicking my butt, but I am here. All right. And now I have been driving with the windows down because I'm like, I should be able to drive with the windows down. I should be able to go on walks. I've been walking in the mornings and it's been tearing me up. It's been tearing me up now. But I should be able to do these things. I have taken my allergy medicine for anybody listening that wants to ask me. I have taken it and it has helped, but anyway, we'll see. Anyway, y'all come on in and like and share, like and share, like and share this live. Let me do a couple of shares. Y'all come on in. I want to have this conversation tonight, and I want to really tell y'all. Like a lot of times, I really don't. I most times, or hardly ever, do I talk about how I'm feeling, anything concerning me and feelings or emotions or anything like that. Honestly, I very rarely, um, maybe unless you catch me within a certain time, but I very rarely kind of talk about that. But I do want to talk about a couple things tonight. So y'all come on in, and as you're coming in, please like and share the live. Like and share the live. Let me do some sharing myself. I know that we have Facebook on, and hey, Facebook, we are going to more than likely we're going to end up on YouTube. So if you can go over there, that would be great. Um, let me see. I am doing some sharing myself. Let's see. Yeah, if you can head over to YouTube, we can all do better. Most of y'all know my YouTube. I will put the link in the chat here in just a second. Dang on it. Can I let me see if it'll let me do it from here. Let's see. I'm doing some sharing real quick, and then I am gonna give Facebook a few minutes. I think we're gonna just end up on YouTube. I'm pretty sure. I'll just look at it here in just a second. Give me a second here. Um, all right. So I'm not gonna even worry about that because I'm not switching. I'm not switching that over. It's too much. Which one? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, cool. So hello one, hello all, hello one, hello all. Y'all come on in. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. I want to say hello to everyone. I do see Dietrich Simmons Freshly was the first person in the building. Thank you so much, love. And after that, y'all, I just want to say hello one, hello all. Hello one, hello all. Thank you all for always supporting, always coming through. I want to ask you to share the live out to at least one or two of the groups that you're in. Share to your personal page. If you can please share the live out, I appreciate you so very much. I appreciate you so very much. Um, Everybody is saying their hellos, 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 hellos. Let me see what we got going on Facebook. If everybody can share the live out. Okay, we are going to end up over on YouTube. Let me put the link in the chat for y'all. Let me see. Head over. Oh, let me see. Hey Miss Darlene, I see you over on Facebook. Head over to YouTube. Head over to YouTube. The link is in the chat. Let me see. Is anybody over on the other page? Looks like there's somebody over there. Head over to YouTube. The link is in the chat. All right, Facebook. The link is in the chat. If for whatever reason you cannot find, or you can't click on the link, you can just go to We Can All Do Better on YouTube. I'm going to give y'all a couple more minutes. Y'all come on in, come on in, come on in. Let me blow my nose, y'all. Hold on one second. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Mm-hmm. Everybody is saying their hellos. Hello, Simone Foster. Hello, Carmelita. Hello, Miss Billy. Joan Townsend, Roz Dixon. Hey, Roz Dixon. Haven't seen you in a while, boo. Thank you for coming through. Miss Billy in the building. Melinda Linson. Hello, hello, hello. Joan Townsend. Let's see. Crystal Kennedy. Darlene Crow. Simone Forster. Janice Turner. Joan Townsend, I believe I've said. India Fox, hello, hello. Crystal Kennedy, Darlene Crow, Janice Turner. Now going from the bottom up, just calling out some names while we're waiting on Facebook to come on over. Facebook, come on over. I'm gonna drop y'all off at the pool in a few. Rika is in the building. Hey Rika, how are you? Sandra Bennett, hello, hello, hello. Denise Johnson, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Pookie is in the building. Hey, Pookie. Denise Williams. Renee Brown. Hello, 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 hello. Janelle Edwards, I believe I may have said. Cassandra. Hey, Cassandra, how are you? So, hello, one, hello, all. Janelle Edwards, I believe I may have said. Hello, one. Carmelita Mayers, I think I may have said. Hey, Carmelita. So listen, hello one, hello all. As y'all are coming on in, please like and share, like and share, like and share the live. I want to talk about a couple of things. Now, Penny is in the building. Hey Penny, how are you? How are you, love? Carly B. Bless. Hello, hello, hello. Y'all come on in and like and share, like and share, like and share this live. Y'all already know. If you can support the channel, please do. I prefer the Cash Apps. If you prefer to send a super chat or a super sticker, please do that as well. We love to see something come across the screen now. You know, if that's what you prefer to do. And the reason that we prefer the Cash App is because, you know, YouTube takes their 30%. But however you prefer to do it, love, we appreciate the support. All right, we're going to give about 3 more minutes. We're going to give about 3 more minutes for Facebook to come on over, and then we're going to get started. Penny says she's exhausted. Can't address everyone individually. Please understand your girl is spending entire... okay. She's been up since 4 a.m. Okay, Penny, we understand. Y'all already know there is the Cash App. If you can support the channel, please do. I want to have a conversation tonight. And I think that I've been wanting to have this conversation, but there's so many angles to have it or whatever. And I think that when I saw today, how many of you all saw that there was, I'm not going to say necessarily an overturning, but there was an adjustment to the, let me make sure I get it right, actually. Let me see. There was an adjustment to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. How many of y'all saw that? Put it number 77 in the chat. And I don't know if this, it seems like it just came out today, but it could have been yesterday. Put it number 77 in the chat if you saw that. There was a big adjustment, major adjustment to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Put it number 77 in the chat if you saw that. If you did not see it, put a number 88. 77 if you saw that today, 88 if you did not see that. It's a major adjustment to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So it's Anita said about 3 days ago. Okay. So some people haven't seen it. All right, 77 in the chat. If you were aware of it. A major adjustment in the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 88 in the chat if you had no idea there had been any changes, and this is going to be your update tonight. And don't be ashamed, because hell, I just saw it today myself, and somebody said it's been 3 days ago when it happened. Now I didn't see it. Anita Williams said it was 3 days ago. Okay, so there are several people haven't seen it. There's several people have seen it. So we're gonna have a good conversation tonight. Several people. Okay, y'all look, y'all just like me. I just saw it today. I just saw it today. And that is part of the conversation I want to have about Black fatigue. I want to open up the conversation with that. And so excuse me that I sound stuffy. If I sound stuffy, I'm pretty sure I do, because my right nostril is, it's my right nostril right now. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's one or the other. Excuse me. It's allergy season. This happens every year for me. And I did take my little allergy medicine, child, the little nasal stuff. But anyway, y'all said 2 or 3 days ago. Okay, Denise Johnson. All right. All right, so there's plenty of people who have not seen it. Sophia, Penny, myself. Hey, Miss Wanda, how are you? Vanessa, Joan Townsend, Janelle, Deborah. And Anita said, not an adjustment. They dismantled it. All right. And so listen, what I read is that they made some adjustments. So listen, if you know or read something differently and you can 100% say that is what it is, I invite whoever to come on. I'm just going to talk about the part that I read over, and there could be many more parts, but I am going to talk about the part that I read over and what it means for Black people and stuff like that. All right, and so Facebook, we're about to go ahead and drop y'all off at the pool. There's still 20 of y'all plus over. I put the link in the chat for y'all to come on over. I'll drop it in one more time before we drop y'all off. We need y'all to head over to YouTube. Also, y'all, this is not the replay. We are live. It's 10:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 2nd of May. So we are live. This is not the replay. Okay? And if you're over anywhere near that time, we need y'all to come on over. All right? Now, I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all off. All right. And so we have YouTube that is still here. And let's get into the conversation. Now, I got to get my third monitor back, because these two monitors, this is weird, and I don't like it. It's very weird. All right, but let me see how I can do this. I don't like the two monitors. I don't like it. Not one bit. All right, so lately I've been feeling a kind of way. Now, anybody who really, really knows me, and I won't even say that, because I don't even probably say that much, but I can listen to people's problems and try to offer them solutions and try to find the best way to get them out of their funk and all of these things, right? And if I'm feeling away, hold on one second, y'all. I think I need to blow my nose again. Hold on one second. if I'm feeling any kind of way, nobody probably would know about it. I know there's one nosy neighbor who um who surprisingly kind of peeked in. Like I don't know how she did it, but surprisingly she kind of messaged me and asked me was I okay, which was kind of weird to me because I didn't even really know how she picked up on anything because I didn't think I had exhibited anything for her to ask me was I okay. So I'm not a person to really talk about like how I feel and how I'm feeling and all of those things or whatever, or if I'm going through something or whatever. But I can listen to people tell me all day, and I can try to offer them solutions and help and encourage and all of that stuff, right? So this whole idea of black fatigue, I want to share my screen. Uh-oh. I want to share my screen. Well, if I can click on the right button. I don't think we're gonna need that, but I'll share it anyway. Um, cool. All right. Oh, before I show this, I want to say, so okay, so this whole idea, so okay, black fatigue, right? So I didn't know actually where the phrase came from. I probably saw some videos, or you know how sometimes you can see something and then something comes back in your subconscious, but you don't really know. Like you may even think it's an original idea, but maybe it's not. And so this black fatigue idea had come in my head, and I didn't know where I had saw it from or if I had saw it from somewhere. But it kind of was it's kind of in my head, the definition of that is like just black people tired of the fight and tired of this, especially the United States and the fight within the United States and the back and forth and all of that. And so I didn't remember hearing it or reading it anywhere. And and I am open to maybe subconsciously I remembered it, and I just in my conscious brain I can't remember where I remembered it from. And so ooh ooh I heard something. Number one Anon in the building. And see, this is what I love. Just because we ain't talking about mess doesn't mean that you can't watch, doesn't mean you can't learn something, doesn't mean that you cannot support. Number one Anon in the building with the big cash out. Big cash out for the number one Anon. I appreciate you so much, my love. Thank you for always supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate you. And I am very aware. People love drama. I'm very aware of all of these things. Anyway, that's another conversation for another day. Black fatigue. So I didn't know where I had got it from. And crazy thing is, I made a Canva of the black. I made a Canva of this. Matter of fact, I made a Canva of this, and I had titled it "Global Black Fatigue." And I was going to talk about this long list of things, and it wasn't really as pinpointed as it is like what I'm talking about now. But I had made this long list. Let me see. I think I have it. Let me show it and then I'll get rid of it and put the. So I had made this, and it was global black fatigue. And I was going to talk about still, black people being tired of certain things and all of that stuff or whatever. And then I guess today, with the Voting Rights Act being overturned, somebody said completely overturned, or adjusted, or however, I changed it. So this was several days ago. And then I I was like, I don't really think I want to talk about it. Um, you know, kind of heavy or whatever. I love to, and I told y'all some of this. I love to make my people laugh and all of that kind of stuff. Well, I changed it today to Black fatigue, and that's the conversation that I want to have. And by the end of the live, you'll see why. And so let me go back to where I was. And so Black fatigue. Oh no. Before I go there, I keep forgetting. When I first looked it up, I went to TikTok. And come to find out, like, okay, so there was this whole thing on this phrase Black fatigue. There was this whole thing. And it was like white people, and I love who loves me. Let us say that. So if I say white people, Black people, whatever, I love who loves me. But it was this whole thing about white people flipping the verbiage around to like to make it mean what it was not intended to mean. And so as I was looking it up on TikTok, I was like, well, this is not what I mean when I'm thinking of that. And then come to find out, when I looked in Google, that was not the initial intent for the message. So Black fatigue was coined by Mary Frances Winters. The extreme intergenerational physical, mental, and spiritual exhaustion stemming from centuries of systematic racism. It goes beyond temporary tiredness, representing chronic stress from daily microaggressions, violence, and the burden of educating others, causing significant health disparities and deep-seated weariness. Now, I was like, okay, so now I see where the term came from. And I'm glad that I went further than TikTok, to see, where everything originated. And then I found this video in which this is the author of the book. I think I did say it's a book. If I didn't, yeah, it's a book called Black Fatigue. And so I just want to originate this as the preface of the conversation, and then we'll go into what that kind of looks like, because again, it was the Voting Rights Act that, like, how are we if the Voting Rights Act was 1965, I believe I said, and I could be wrong because I don't have it right in front of me, but matter of fact, let me put it in front of me so I can make sure I'm quoting the right year. Yeah, 1965. If the Voting Rights Act was 1965, why are we now readdressing that in any manner? Right? Why? Okay, and so we'll get into that in a minute, and it's beyond frustrating, and we'll get into it. And so I found, so the lady, the author, right? She also, when I tell you, if you go Black fatigue on TikTok, it will take you down the wrong path that it was not intended to take, where you won't even know that this was how it was intended to be. And so it's some of those people took it and tried to manipulate it into something that it was not. So this is the author, and she's telling you she's telling us she wrote the book and how she intended it, and she's addressing all of the people on TikTok that's misusing her phrase.
Mary Frances Winters. I am the author of Black Fatigue, How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit. Over the last few days, I have seen quite a bit of chatter online in social media about what Black fatigue really means.
Can y'all hear it?
I understand that there are some white people who are claiming to have Black fatigue. They're claiming that they are tired of Black people. Well, let me set the record straight. I wrote and coined the term Black fatigue to describe the mental, the physical, and the psychological manifestation of racism on Black people and how fatiguing it is. As a matter of fact, having to respond to the co-opting of the term Black fatigue is absolutely fatiguing. I wrote the book because I was hearing from so many people, particularly in the workplace, particularly professional people in the workplace, that they were tired of the microaggressions, that they were tired of having to be twice as good and to prove themselves and to be ignored in professional workplace settings, that it's fatiguing. There's an emotional burden to living while Black, to being mischaracterized, to being mislabeled, to be afraid to go into certain settings for fear of emotional or even bodily harm. Black Fatigue is a well-researched book that highlights that there are actually physiological manifestations that are passed down from generation to generation for Black people relative to the stress that Black fatigue causes. Now, white people may be fatigued. I am not going to try to get into someone else's lived experience, but I would ask you not to get into ours either. How would you know that Black people have not experienced the fatigue that we speak about if you've not lived in our shoes? I don't know what your experience is, but I know that it's not Black fatigue.
All right, so if I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to go to TikTok, they took this lady's book and turned it into something totally different. And I was just almost like, well, no, this ain't the subject that I want to talk about, until I went further to see where it's who coined it and to see what was the original phrase and who coined it and what was it about. All right. And so as I went down that rabbit hole, don't go to TikTok for that. You can go to TikTok for a lot of things. I don't know if you want to go to TikTok for that. I don't know if you want to go to TikTok for that one. Because baby, So anyway, I'm glad that I did find, who the author was and what she intended. So I think I said a while ago, y'all, and I don't know if anybody remembers, y'all can kind of tell me if y'all remember or not. I was like, this whole idea of marching and, still fighting for the same things or revisiting the same fight is getting very tiresome. I don't know if anybody remember me saying that. And I know some people are behind in the chat and they're answering just now. That's fine. Hello, everybody. As y'all are coming in, please like and share the live. Like and share, like and share, like and share. Grown people conversation. And I don't feel like we're going to get too deep, but I feel like we're going to touch on some subjects tonight. And so, like, I remember saying, and I don't know if, hey, Lady E, hello, my love, hey, everybody. I remember saying, why do we keep readdressing the same shit? Why are we back in a circle around the same shit? And now here we are, within a couple of days, somebody said it was 3 days ago or whatever. I just saw it today, readdressing the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So it's like, okay, we're marching, or they marched, not we. They marched, I didn't. And, it's this progression of sorts, but then we're revisiting the same thing. So I want to bring up I just want to bring up the topic right now of the Voting Rights Act, okay? Because that is the most recent. And then, we can kind of go from there and certain things from there as well. All right. So even if you were to go, oh, let me pull this back from here. Let me pull that back from there. All right, so even if you were to Google, right, the Voting Rights Act, if you were to Google that, you'll see several articles. How far did the Supreme Court's Voting Rights Act decision go? Supreme Court hollows out a landmark law that had protected minority voting rights for 6 decades. Supreme Court decision against the Voting Rights Act will be devastating. It's all of these articles. Now, when you're looking at these articles, if when you go to school, they'll tell you to be careful of the site that you are sourcing. And so I'm always mindful of where I am getting the information from. Hey, thank you for the big cash. Yep, I heard something from Miss Linda J. Thank you so much, my love. Linda J showing out with the big cash out. Listen, if y'all can support the mess, y'all can support something that we're having a serious conversation. So I appreciate y'all so very much. So as I'm looking through this, I decide to go, and I'm not saying this is the most credible, but out of everything, and also the New York is one of these New York things that want you to pay to see they thing. So I think I went to this one. If I'm not, no, I did go to that one, but I went to a different one too. Let's see. No. Let's go back. Anyway, let's just go to one of them. Okay. All right, and let's see. Let me skim over. So, okay, on Wednesday, so it says on Wednesday, so that person was right 3 days ago. The Supreme Court knocked out, can I do this? Okay, knocked out a major pillar of the law that had protected against racial discrimination in voting and representation. It was a decision that came more than a decade after the court undermined another key tenet of the law and led to restrictive voting laws in a number of states. Voting and civil rights advocates were left fearful of what lies ahead for minority communities. It means that you have the entire community that you can go without having representation, said Cliff Wright. Now there was another, and I'm probably going to rephrase because I don't know what happened to the thing that I have. And so basically, if you were to look this up, and maybe they'll say here, because this is my first time pulling up this article. Let me see. Ruling Congress. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, let's see this. Okay. So the beginning, so the one of the main functions of the Civil Rights Act of 1965 was to not allow unconstitutional gerrymandering based on race to draw lines as far as voting and districting. Okay, so now, right, that legislation that would not allow people them to draw districts based on race is now no longer. So it's almost like they can discriminate and draw lines based on race. And of course, they'll come and say, oh, we're not drawing lines based on race. Of course, they're going to say that. They're not going to come and say that's what they're doing, but that's what they did. Remember, they tried to do that in Texas and they got denied by the Supreme Court. So it's a little confusing. So it got denied by the Supreme Court when they tried to do it in Texas, but now here we are. And now they can do it. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that's basically, and there was another article that I had, and I don't know what happened to the article. I'm going to see if I can bring it back up. But basically saying that they can, discrimination pretty much can be allowed when they are redistricting the maps. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it. I had it and I don't have it. So anybody, and if anybody, if anybody has anything to add to that or whatever. And so it's the same thing they tried to do in Texas when they had to try to redraw the map. I remember the congresswoman, what is her name, y'all? The congresswoman that everybody loves in Texas. Y'all know her name. Jasmine Crockett, right? And they were trying to redraw her district, trying to do all of this stuff to suppress black votes. And so now we're back facing this is what the term black fatigue. How are we to win something? We done fought for it. We done marched for it. And of course, none of us was here when they was marched. Well, I don't think none of us was here when they were marching for it. But we done fought for it as a black people. We done marched for it. We done endured all of this stuff. And now, 61 years later, they are either partially or completely overturning the Voting Rights Act. And I would ask someone to tell us. Oh, and let me put this StreamYard here too, because I want to get somebody's input who may know more of what's going on. You do not have to show your face if you don't want to, my loves. But the StreamYard is there. So if anybody knows anything about this conversation or wants to join or whatever, if you want to join the conversation, there is the link. So between, we're going to say either demolishing or readjusting the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And so then it becomes a thing of, so how are we supposed to, so we're supposed to be progressing as a nation, as a United States of America. But of course we have this person here in office and a lot of things are going backwards. So now our ancestors and everybody has fought for these rights. And 61 years later, we're readdressing some shit that we thought we was done with. And that, to me, is definitely the definition of black fatigue. I'm sick and I'm fucking tired. Because how the fuck are we addressing some 61-year shit that we thought we was done with? We're trying to get some more shit accomplished. But now we got to go back to the old shit that we thought we had been handled already. And it is exhausting. That's exactly what it is. It's exhausting. And this is just the latest example. Just the latest example. Just the latest example. And a lot of my followers are older. So y'all probably wasn't there to march either, but your parents probably was. Or around that time. And so now we're going back 61 years for some shit that black people done got beat for, hosed and hung, and all kind of shit done happened. And 61 years later, we're going back to, and they are going back to undo or redo the Voting Rights Act. We're fighting for more shit. Now we got to go back to this shit. That's black fucking fatigue. And I've been feeling it lately. I have. It's before this decision 3 days ago. I've been feeling it. Because this is just one of the examples. Well, I think I can turn that air off now. I shouldn't even turn it off. That's on my bike. That air on my bike now. So let me turn it off. That's another thing. I don't know if I'm hot or cold. All right. And so this is just one example, y'all, of black fatigue. We can go back. We can go back to many things. Let's talk about the war on drugs. Let's talk about that. Ooh, I heard something. Big cash. Thank you, Miss Billy. She says, yes, we are sick and damn tired. So thank you so much, my love. Thank you for supporting the channel. Sick and damn tired. Okay. Now that don't mean we finna give up. We just expressing our frustration with the system, with the people that run the system, with the people who are complacent within the system. We're expressing frustration. It don't mean we finna give up. I want to be clear on that too. But I will say, to me, definitely needs to be another approach, because the old approach definitely ain't working. Okay, we get into that later. So yeah, okay. So this is just the latest. Okay, think about the war on drugs. Okay, think about the war on drugs. Does anybody remember around that time? Hold on, we got somebody coming up. Okay, to me, now, Lady K, I hear myself in your background, boo. The old approach definitely ain't working. Okay. Lady K. Oh, okay, she coming. So yeah, okay. So I don't know if you're playing me on another device, but I hear myself in your background.
Okay, I'm going to mute it now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, my love. So we're still into it, but if you oh wait, I still hear myself in your background.
It should be done now.
Okay, let me see. Okay. So we're still getting into it, but did you want to, you can go ahead and chime in if you have anything to say thus far, and then we're still kind of getting into it. And listen, with the StreamYard, more of y'all can come up and add into the conversation as well.
Well, first of all, I think that dismantling is quite diabolical. In 1965, I'm a lady. We're not supposed to tell our age, but at this juncture, I don't care. Okay. I am 74 years of age.
Okay, so you sound good. Sound like you're doing well, hopefully.
God is good.
God is
and
good.
He's been good to me.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
So with that in mind, in 1965, I was old enough to know what was going on, even though I didn't understand what was going on. Martin Luther King was instrumental in getting that act instituted, and all of the marches, as you indicated, you know, when our people were fire hosed and dogs sicked or stuck on all of that. I was aware, I think I've mentioned to you in the past, you know, I am a Philadelphian, and a lot of things happened in Philly, and our parents made us aware of what was going on because Philadelphia has always been a melting pot of races. And we were always encouraged, you know, to be proud of our Blackness, to be kind to others. As the old saying goes, you know, I'll treat you the way I want to be treated.
Do unto others as you would like them to do unto you.
That's right. The simple, basic golden rule, which is without touching on religion, but that's what Jesus said. Okay, love one another as I have loved you. That's what Jesus Christ said. At least that's what the Bible tells us. that aside, this goes back to Project 2025. They came along with this new regime, that we have, this political regime that we have. Oddly enough, and self-included, I'm guilty. We just didn't understand Project 2025.
So wait, can you explain your guilt?
My guilt? Well, I won't say it. Well, I'll take it in that vein. I asked several people people who I deemed to be astute and worth asking, figuring that they would know what Project 2025 was. And no one was able to give me a real solid answer. And that's what she just said. What Project 25 is. Most people didn't know. And it was like a 600 or more pages. Okay. And it was written in a way that people in the legal arena and in Congress write things. It was written to confuse. Okay. And it did. It confused most of us. And we were all intimidated by it. But one by one, we're finding out after the fact that these things were in.
So can I ask a question and you can let me know if I am getting too personal or whatever? But something that you said kind of struck a question.
Ooh.
So are you saying that you inquired about Project 2025 and you couldn't quite get any answers? And I just want to ask, so are you saying that in conjunction with that you voted for Trump, or?
Oh, heck, by no means did I vote for Trump.
I just
want no. I am not MAGA. Okay, by no stretch of the imagination. There's a old church saying, I was Baptist born, Baptist bred, and when I die, I'll be Baptist dead. Well, I'm Democrat born, Democrat raised, and when I die, I'll be Democrat dead.
Now, I will say this, Ms. Lady K. I feel you on that, right? And I feel like sometimes choosing the lesser of the evils has sometimes been Democrat. However, I will say this, and this is my experience, and this is my testimony, and it doesn't have to be anybody else's. I have found both of them to be full of shit, the Democrats and the Republicans.
I totally agree. I mean, who's right all the time? Okay, we both know that two things can be true at the same time. Nobody, the Democrats, yeah, they've got their issues, if you will. But I think that it's the lesser of the evils. I have family members and / friends who have been long-term Republicans. And Republicans have been okay in the past. It's the new regime.
And what I will say is, so when Ms. Lady K says they've been okay, I understand her when she says that. See, here's the thing. Back in the day, both the Republicans and the Democrats would do slick shit. It was slick.
Yes.
It was like it wasn't as egregious or abrasive or in front of your face or direct. And I would say both of them would do that.
Well, absolutely.
But we made a turn.
But is that where we're putting our strength, whether it's Republican or Democrat, or are we putting our strength on what the significant impact that the dismantling of this Voters' Right Act
No, we're
It's
just having
the
a conversation about everything.
okay, I'm
Um,
sorry.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
we're just having a conversation about everything, and I just wanted because sometimes like people will get lost in like we and listen, if we lose somebody, we just lose them. That doesn't bother me. But what I try to include is that for me personally, and I'm not just saying this, there's been BS in the Democrats, there's been BS in the Republicans. There
Yes,
has been
absolutely.
lying in the Democrats, there's been lying in the Republicans. And as a matter of fact, if
Absolutely.
I were to tell you my truth of it all, they all working together. You know,
Well, I'm sure they are to some degree.
hmm
You think they're not going to show us their hands
their
at
head.
all times?
They're working
Okay.
together, and one wants to play good cop, and one wants to play bad cop. That's if you would have asked me what's going on all the while.
Well, I agree with you. And um, our dear president is the bad cop at this point. I want to understand why it's okay that you withhold a budget and severely impact the livelihood of people who are coming to work every day, and it's and withholding paychecks. Um, but yet we can go mind somebody else's business in Iran
hmm
and drop billions, pardon me, of
hmm
dollars per day. Okay. But the TSA workers can't get a paycheck.
hmm
When you've what's the other one? DEI. Uh that was dismantled as well. And it's a progressive thing. It's a very progressive thing, all which was represented in Project 2025 that none of us read. Let's be real. We didn't read it. We heard about it. We didn't understand it. And we didn't take the time to dig in, or maybe we didn't have the luxury of the time to dig in and really find out
Well,
what it
what
was
I will
truly
say
about.
for me is I believed it, and so then
I
if
knew it wasn't going to be good for Black people. Now that I knew to be a fact.
hmm and so
Okay.
I will say,
I
and
just think people of color.
Queet Quita Rich. Quita Rich, I they also plan to put out Rex 84. So I'm not sure what Rex 84 is, Quita Rich, if you would like to come up and inform us on that. But yes, I do think that both
Yeah.
the Democrats and Republicans are both trash. And this is what when Miss Lady K was talking about choosing the less of the two evils, right? And when we say that, well, let me say for me, it's when I say that it's I know that they're both playing. They're to me they're both on the same team. One is playing good cop, bad cop, and one is going to show a softer side to things. As a matter of fact, we're going to get into some of that in this conversation that we're having because I was just getting into the war on drugs when I opened up the panel. So I'm gonna get back to that, and that's gonna show kind of like that whole thing too. So it's kind of like nice nasty. It's kind of like this nice nasty thing, right? And somebody comes and they're just all nasty. Somebody comes and they're nice nasty, but there's
Hmm.
this still this same agenda, and it's still this same cycle.
Yeah, the
And
end game is the
they
same.
won't let a an independent person come in, right? They can an
Well,
independent person can come into the race, but they can't debate.
well,
And they don't show them the same respect. So they really clearly only want either you want to choose Democrat or Republican.
the masses don't understand independent. Okay, politics is one of the more difficult things to understand. Okay, um, even though we start learning about the Senate and Congress, when we're in elementary school. Our little brains aren't developed enough to really grasp what's going on. And most people, we take what we need in order to be okay, and we keep it moving. So understanding politics, people get much older, if you will. That's why they're so little, and independent has been around a long time. But because we're so busy trying to understand Democrat and Republican, nobody's putting too much energy in
Well, I
independent.
guess when if we were to
I shouldn't say
realize,
nobody.
yeah, not yeah, because some people, right? But if we were to collectively realize that the Republican and the Democrats ain't shit, but you know what will happen with that? If we Let me tell you what will happen with that. If we were to realize the Republicans and the Democrats ain't shit, and we were to vote for the independent, that higher power and higher thing and higher whatever they got going on, like uh I want
Well, we might
hold
actually
on,
see some real
hold on,
change.
but no, let me finish.
Sorry.
The bureaucracy, and there's probably some more words that I want to say. The bureaucracy, and also uh, the way that, okay, so me personally, right? I don't think so Congress, okay, the Democrats, Republicans, the president or whatever, I don't think any of those people are in charge. That's me personally. I don't think any of those people are in charge. I think it's all a show. I think it's all like to look like this and play this out or whatever. There are these other people that are in charge, right? And I believe even if an independent was to win, either that, if that person was strong enough to if that person was even strong enough to stand up to that entity or entities that are really running
Machine,
things or
yes.
whatever, machine, I
Mm-hmm.
don't even know if they would I don't even know if they would make it. I don't even know if they would make it. I just as and I was gonna go to this in the ending. Just as we have anybody who comes up and tries to have a revolution or is able to synchronize people into anything, just as what happens to them, they ain't here no more.
Well, the Senate and the House would still be Republicans and Democrats. So therefore, they would be in cahoots to work against the independent representatives. You know, it's like a catch-22, if you will. But my personal concern is that, you know, for all intents and purposes, I'm on my way out of here. I got a heck of more behind me than I have in front of me. And I'm not saying that to be morbid. I'm
Yeah, I
saying
got
that,
you.
that's a realistic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm gonna leave this dusty planet behind. But I'm watching the progression of stripping us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about I'm talking about minorities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Minorities are being, because I don't want to make it a black white issue, because minorities covers a lot of ground.
Right.
Um, it slowly but surely, every little thing that we worked so hard for that helped to level the playing field. Now, the playing field ain't gonna always be level, or it has not become level at
Hasn't been
all.
level. Exactly.
Not level, but at least to give us some ground, so it's
Ooh.
not totally, an upward stroll or run. Um, it's just sad that the impact of these things that made life better. I've watched the transgression over the years. I'll tell you a funny story, and this is not to detract from what's on the table. Uh, Years ago, a whole bunch of years ago, I was in my 20s. Um, and I was working during the day, very low salary. And I didn't have, I didn't go to college after high school. And most of my friends had gone on to college. So, of course, I'm stabbing at it. I'm taking some night classes. And
Mm-hmm.
because my salary was so low, I was able to get financial aid,
Mm-hmm.
not loans, financial aid. I qualified. Well, a woman that I worked in the office with, when she found out I was going to school, the first thing out of her mouth was, "How can you afford to do that?" And I said to her, "Well, I qualify financially." And she ran hot. "I work hard every day. My husband works hard every day,
Mm-hmm.
and we can't get anything. I couldn't get any financial aid." Well, I didn't have the stamina or the words, and I guess I was intimidated by her to some degree. But what I should have said to her,
And the
I qualified.
words were, and the words were,
The words were,
part of the words were, baby, we were slaves for over 400 years. Then when we got out of that slavery, we had to endure more slavery. Then different kind of slavery, and then through the Jim Crow and all of those things, we still got systematic slavery. And so, baby, you had all of them years ahead, you and your people, and I don't know what your people did. I don't know what your people did. I don't know what your
exactly,
people did. I don't know
all
what.
of
Now
that.
let me tell you what I don't know. I don't know what your people did. Don't know 400 plus years, but what I know is I got
And
the
you,
brain. I got the brains. I got the paperwork. I got the grades, and I got everything I need to get this assistance. And that, and another thing is, every group of people who has been wronged in this world, in this United States at least, has been compensated or had reparations of some sort. And there
yes.
wasn't, the Jews have been given reparations for what they went through in the Holocaust. The Indians have been given reparations, or what they got over there,
All their
the reservations
reservations,
and all of the
yes.
stuff that they
The
have
proceeds
for
from the
for,
casinos,
for,
they
for
get
what they
checks.
did.
They
Exactly.
get checks on a regular basis.
Exactly. The um the Asian, is it the Asians? I don't want to be lying on nobody. The Asians or the Japanese, one of them. They got where they got everybody who has been wronged has gotten a form or some sort of reparations, except the
Hmm.
black people still to this day ain't got shit. Now you want to know another thing?
The ones who
And
built
see,
the
now
country.
we jumping ship, but I'm finna bring it up. So the white farmers now realizing that
They
they
get
the white farmers are now realizing that they maybe
our
shouldn't have voted for
minority of
Trump,
sorts.
and
Hmm.
all of this stuff. And so now,
They're getting their
when
butts
I when
kicked.
I when I when I look up, if I let me put it up right now. If I was to look up, hold on, let me type it in real time. Hold on, I got too much shit. Hold on 1 second. Actually, I got too much shit in front of me. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you, I got too much shit in front of me. Cause we moving right along real good. I'm gonna look up in real time. Cause they like to talk about, the white people that's trying to be funny. They talk about the welfare queens. Well, I'm gonna tell you about the welfare queens in just a second. Hold your line, Lady K. Talk some for just a second.
Sure. Well, I don't recall who that was who brought up the RX-84. I believe it was. And I hope that I've retained that. I don't have anything to write with near me at this moment, but I think it's something that I'm supposed to be looking into for my own personal satisfaction. And thank you for that, whoever you
That
are.
was Quita Rich. And Quita Rich, I did encourage her to come up and tell us about that. If
I
she
wish
wanted
she
to come
would.
up and tell, I wish she would as well. And I'll open the StreamYard again. You do not have to show yourself. You can come up. If you want to show yourself, you can. Okay, so that's StreamYard. So let me put in real time. How long? Hold on. Let me. How long have white people been getting? How long have white farmers been getting government assistance?
Hmm.
This is
Does
what I.
Google go
This
back
is.
that far?
Oh
That's a
baby.
joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
How long have white farmers been getting government assistance? Google says white farmers have received government assistance through the federal farm program. Hold on, another thing I want to do. Oh man, it went away.
No, I'm
Oh
seeing it.
no.
Subsidies and
Okay, you
land
know what?
grants.
I'm not gonna do it. So through federal farm program subsidies and land grants for over 160 years.
Imagine that.
Imagine the fuck that. And see, that's why they are up in arms right now, because for 160 fucking years. And
Yes.
let me tell you something. This is more than the people who they say getting the food stamps.
Far more.
Far more.
Far more.
I'm talking about, I don't even know, exponentially more.
Absolutely. And
Than
when
anybody
you
getting the food stamps. Been getting it for over 160 years, beginning significantly with the Homestead Act of 1862.
and
Now
statistics have shown.
we're going to go back through a timeline of this as well, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all know I got several things pulled up. Gonna go back to a timeline because all of this is going to again, the whole topic is black fatigue. So you mean to tell me since 1862? Now, some of these farmers, at this point, they're missing out on millions of dollars of
Oh yeah, they
subsidies.
broke. They're
Millions of
broke.
dollars. Between hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not talking about every month they getting no food stamp for $200 and something.
That's
Now,
right.
while some of the white people like to make fun, which actually is more white people on food stamps than black people.
Well, that was
Let me
going to
say
be
that.
my point. Yes.
And secondly, to whoever want to make a joke about the welfare queens, bitch, they getting pennies and change. It's kind of find
Well,
out the white farmers is the one getting all of the things. And then I would imagine that there's people who act like they had a homestead and put a goat and an egg on their fucking farm just to get some of the subsidies. And see, it'd be years and years and years of the white people doing shit before black people even find out how to do it. And then once the black people find out how to do it, then the shit stop.
well,
The shit stop.
and that's diabolical as well. Okay. The food insecurity does not depend on your complexion. Okay. Um, Food stamps is a necessary evil. And it's easy for you to say, get a job. Okay. Man don't work, man don't eat. But if it's not out there, they just can't get it.
Now I
Okay.
will
And
say this, and I'm gonna be very honest, okay, because that's just the type of person I am. Do we have black people that don't want to work? Yes, we do.
oh, absolutely. I
Do
know
we
a few.
have white people that don't want to work? Yes,
Indeed,
we
indeed.
do. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Because
Okay,
it's not a race
whoever
thing, it's a
is
people
listening,
thing.
it's not a. But can you say that again, Miss Lady K?
It's not a race thing. It's a people thing.
It's a fucking people thing. So don't be talking about no black people who want to get the fucking food stamp and want to live off of a fucking Section 8 and a check. Because, bitch, it's plenty of us black people who that fucking check that you talking about, and that fucking food stamp, that's not enough for us.
It will never be enough.
It is not enough for us. And we bitch, that's not enough for us. And so you can't tell me shit. You can't tell a lot of black people shit about no fucking Section 8 and no welfare and no motherfucking food stamp. Because for a lot of us, if anything, that is supposed to be used for when you need it to get you from point A to point B. And then we moving on. Do you know the highest educated people in the world is black women? Got their degrees.
Wait, I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this. This is personal experience. I was a single parent. I was a teen mother. I did not have the luxury of being with my family. My mother didn't like the idea that I got pregnant, and she kicked my behind to the curb. So I had to, or get off the pot.
Mm-hmm.
I got food stamps. I got a check. For me and my child, my check was $102 every 2 months. So every 2 weeks, pardon me. So it was $204 a month. Well, I was working. I made 125. Don't laugh at me, y'all. Check the record.
We're not laughing, baby.
My weekly salary was $125 a week. And after taxes,
do you remember what year this was?
We're talking early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My rent was $250 a month. Now, mind you, I brought home $90 a week. I had $102, to help towards that, but it was still $250 a month.
Mm-hmm.
I still had to pay for electricity and gas. I wasn't in subsidized housing.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest with you, I didn't know anything about subsidized housing at that time. Okay. I struggled. I still had to pay for daycare. Okay. My daycare bill was $35 a week. And that was coming off the top of that $90 that I brought home a week. Okay. But I still did not have enough. Oh, I remember the times of having one pair of shoes. I got a
Lakeisha,
gazillion.
boo. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Lady K.
Mhm.
Go ahead. I'm just.
So I'm just saying that somebody on the outside looking in, they might have thought, I was doing just fine.
That you had it going on.
That I had it going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I just had a knack for making it look easy, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
People do that. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I heard black people do it.
Yes. Because we're resourceful. Okay. Oh yeah. Then I had to go and get a bartender job part-time. You know what I'm saying? I did everything that I could to make it work, but I know that what I was getting as a single parent was nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. Right. Absolutely nothing.
And so that brings me into right, and I'm gonna get into that real quick, and I'm gonna get out of it because listen. I have a whole. We're following the whole thing tonight, right? But real quick, that brings me into. Do you know? I don't know where everybody is from, right? But let's talk about in the same theme, in the same mindset, in the same notion, in the same breath that Lady K is talking in from years and years ago. Do y'all know the minimum wage in Georgia is
Right now,
$7.25
still yet, right now,
right now?
when they've been talking about increasing it.
And Lady K,
Uh,
I want to tell you this. That is only because that is the federal minimum wage. If it
yes.
wasn't for the federal minimum wage, it would be $5 and something.
And see, there you go. How do you expect a person to live off of 7.25 an hour? Okay, you still got to get to work. Okay, that's an expense. Even your travel to work, that's included. That's called the working poor. And yet
And being
you
that you
want to.
just said that, and I was going to save this to the end, and I'm going to talk about in the end. But being that you just said that, white people are starting to wake up too. And I don't know in what numbers and in what droves and whatever, white people are starting to wake up too. Because here's the thing. If I in my mind, I have this all planned out to talk about it in a certain order, but who's to say? White people are slowly starting to wake up to this too, especially and particularly poor white people, because y'all ass is in this too, and some of y'all ass is in it worse than the black people.
Absolutely.
And
And to see the coal mine.
somebody once said, and this is no, what I would say, I ain't trying to be funny, but I guess I probably am. Somebody once said, "Just snag a tooth, white people. Those
Oh
the
yeah,
ones. Those the
hillbilly,
ones. Those the
hillbilly.
ones. You. We in the same boat, and you might be in a worse boat than some of us. Okay, so why y'all trying to stick to a Republican just because your mama? Let me. Ooh, this is about your mama. Your mama may have been fooled, and she probably was. What your mama was taught and what she believed in may not serve you.
That's right.
You are supposed to be better than your mama. You remember your mama telling you she wanted you to be better than her?
That's what
Well,
she
that
said.
includes evolving around your social, economical, and religious and political beliefs. That includes all of that. When your mama said she wanted you to be better than her, so
Absolutely.
you poor white people, right? Right? Because that is a large part of Trump's base. And he said that, let me tell you what he said. Now you can go pull it up. He said the educated people don't like him. That's what he said.
Well, we know
Now
why. We
he
know why.
said the
Well,
educated people don't like him. So what's after that?
let me make a point there. Um, the Industrial Revolution, where you had all these blue collar workers. They
I love.
worked in the.
First of all, I love when somebody can. Ooh, Lady K, I love you right now. Miss Lady K done went back to the damn Industrial Revolution. Go ahead and talk your shit, Miss Lady K. The
Because
Industrial Revolution.
well,
Okay,
that's when
I'm smart, but
well
I'm actually a fool at the same time.
that's
So, but go
when
ahead.
white men made good doggone money.
Mm-hmm.
Their wives and children were able to live the soft life
Okay.
because they made good money in them coal mines and so forth. Well, when the Industrial Revolution and manufacturing, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
because we
Mm-hmm.
want to stand all of those good paying jobs overseas to China, to Japan, to all those places where they can
Uh-huh.
get cheap child labor. And as a result, all of those sources of good solid incomes dried up
Well, see
here
that
in the United States.
now let's be clear.
But I got one more.
That's been part of Trump's selling point too. Do we remember?
But here's the caveat to that. Conversely, if you go in places, uh, I'll just take Pennsylvania for instance. Here I am,
Mm-hmm.
uh, where those not just coal mines, but just industry in and of itself. Those
Mhm.
jobs dried up, and these
Mhm.
men couldn't do anything else. So, you know what they do in order to keep white men able to provide for their families?
What?
They build prisons.
Mm.
So the guy that used to work in the coal mine, and in the caves and and in the manufacturing companies, he now gets a correctional officer uniform.
Mm.
So that's their jobs. Okay. Um, and so yes, those are the folks who's going to be MAGA fortified. Um, First of all, wasn't just Trump who built prisons, but they still want to build more.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
they was building them before him and after too. Yeah,
Yes. Okay, but
and
that's
and,
what
and,
that's
and
what
who are? See, now we're jumping, but I don't mind it. Who is the most populated? Hold on, let me find my thing because I have a thing already up for
white
this.
and Hispanic. I know what your question is. I mean, black and Hispanic. I'm sorry. I got
Okay,
white men on my mind.
let me let me
But
let me pull this up because let me show this. Because who's heavily populated in the jail? But I had already pulled this up. So I said,
black and Hispanic.
is the probability higher for a black person to be pulled over than a white person? Yes, Google says. Studies consistently show that black drivers have a significantly higher probability of being pulled over by police compared to white drivers. Data indicates racial disparities in traffic stops, with black drivers often stop at rates disproportionate to their share of the population. Okay, so it ain't that white people ain't doing what they doing.
No, they
It,
just got the
it,
right skin color.
they're just able to ease on
My
down the
husband said
road.
to me just a few months ago, well, that's not true. It was longer than that because he's had gray hair longer than that. He said that he was so glad when his hair started turning gray. That stopped the cops from even looking at him as a black man.
Oh. They
Okay?
say this an older man. He ain't doing nothing. He ain't,
Exactly.
he ain't doing nothing.
Okay. Eh,
And
But
I will
just
say this, Lady K, that honestly, sometimes gay people can say that too. They're really not worried about a gay person. Sometimes
well,
a
I
black
get
gay
that. I
person,
get that.
honestly,
Yes.
they're really unless you're like maybe drinking and driving or whatever. But other than that,
Right.
they're not worried
You
about
won't be
a black
won't be
gay person.
stopped without cause. Okay.
Well, they can't see
Yes.
you gay from the thing, but once they see you gay, they're gonna see you
Yeah.
on your way.
They would tell you
Hey,
about
that's
go
the
on
thing.
about your
Once they
business.
see you gay, don't see you on your way. And so I will say that there is this like you were just saying about your husband getting gray hair. Um, I will say this, I'm aware of a lot of those stereotypes. And as a gay person, I feel like yes, I have gotten out of and gotten away from, and I don't even know, I don't you know what, I'm gonna that's another day. That's another day. I would say, am I gay? Because I don't have sex with nobody. But anyway, as you
You
know,
might be a neuter. Don't worry about it. That
ooh,
was a joke. I'm sorry. I laughed at my
oh,
own
but
joke.
you
I'm
know
so
what?
sorry.
No, you know what's so crazy about you saying that? In the
Because you thought
Bible,
about
it
it too, huh?
talks about that. No, it talks about those people who decide to do that higher exalted
Well,
uh,
let me just say that
than
I
other.
said that in jest, okay, but there is a
Actually,
foundation
I
to
think
that.
they're called what's the wait don't tell they're called not Enochs, eunuchs. They're called
Eunuchs,
eunuchs.
unicorns,
Well, not in the Bible.
not
Don't say
unicorns in the
unicorns. They
sense of
say
a
eunuchs in the
eunuchs.
Bible.
The reason why I say that is this. Um, my husband and I have a gay daughter.
Now maybe that's short for unicorn. I don't know. Now you
I
got me
think it
thinking of some old shit because they say eunuchs in the Bible. They don't spell it out to say unicorn, but look up eunuchs in the Bible. It is people who maybe could have been gay, maybe they whatever, but they decided like whatever, and they may have cut off their stuff and they dedicated their stuff to
Well,
servitude
that's
or
different
whatever.
when it's yeah. Now we have a gay daughter, okay, and Ray Charles could see she was gay. You know, she's not femme. She's straight
From
butch.
from the
Straight
beginning, Lady
butch.
came like when she was a little kid.
Yes.
Exactly.
Straight butch. And you know, when after she got in the military, she couldn't figure out what she wanted to do after high school. And she didn't really get in trouble. She was going to get in trouble if she stayed out here. And
Hmm.
we had been talking to her about going into the military. So after she had this little scare, she went on into the military. Very intelligent woman. And but we saw it and saw it and saw it. So she would come around, she'd bring a girlfriend, bring a friend, little pretty little thing, sexy. Okay.
Oh, not a little pretty little thing.
Pretty little sexy thing. Okay. And the girls got on stiletto Tims, and our daughters got on the
Not the
boots.
stiletto Tims.
And so one day we were having dinner and her little friend was over and
With the
I
stiletto Tims.
I'm in the kitchen cooking and I hear them talking and they were having a spat
Oh.
and I'm minding my business, I'm
Well,
not getting
not
involved.
actually, but go ahead.
And no, I had my ear all up in it, no
Right.
doubt. I had my ear in it. And in my mind I said, they sound like they
A couple.
yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. So now I'm keeping my eyes on it. For
And your
real, for
ears
real.
too.
So then finally, she just came on out with it. And she said, would you tell Dad, please? Don't tell. And my husband, he can be he's a rigid contemporary, whatever that means. He can
Okay.
be very, very conservative, but I mean, he's not an old fogey. He stays current and so forth,
Hmm.
but he was raised in the church, so he's got certain ideas. It wasn't until he
I
met
understand.
me, it
Hmm.
wasn't until he met me that he was able to embrace people who were different because I've always had gay friends in my life
Okay.
I loved and they loved me. So it wasn't until our lives meshed that he
And
was able to see
he
through.
was able to see through you
Yes,
those gay people, their hearts, how they showed up
that's
in the
right.
world,
And it's like,
how they showed up for you.
exactly.
See,
And it's like
women,
I told,
y'all are the bridge to a lot of things. Y'all are the
and
bridge to a lot of things.
it's like I told him, I said, their sex life ain't our business. And that's the only thing that makes it different. But getting back to this joke I made about neuter, um, I know that our daughter hasn't been in a relationship in years.
Uh huh.
And I know it's by choice.
Hmm.
Okay. When I hear you say, I've been celibate for 4 years.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
You know, I think about her every single time, and I think it gets to a point where people get tired, you know? Um, and I think she got tired. Because her heart is big. She got tired of
And
being taken it.
when your heart, oh, oh, when see, here's the thing. Um, yes, when you see this world right now, they're all about threesomes and let's
Yeah.
do this and the orgy,
Yes, they
whatever.
are.
I don't want to do that. And
No, I ain't sharing none of mine.
if I wanted to
Not
do that,
willfully.
I would not want a relationship. And if
That's
I
right.
am to have a relationship, that means I have accepted a person for who they are, for who they're going to be, and all outside of them totally flipping the script or not cooperating or not willing to work with me on adjusting because people change.
Yes.
I do want to commit to that one person and to be with that one person and for us to write that thing out. And so
That's
no,
that word, that
I
commitment.
don't want to have a threesome. I don't
Uh-uh.
want to have an orgy. I don't want to do any of these things. And because this world is moving in progression, especially for women, I those
Oh,
a lot of those
everybody
women, a lot
super
of those
freak.
women,
Everybody freaky.
a lot of those women, they don't want to be with that other woman. They don't.
Mm-mm.
The only reason
They're
they do
going
it is to
along to
try to
get along.
try to keep
Just
that
going,
man. And
yep,
if
going along to
that
get
is y'all
along.
business. If that's the only reason you think you can keep a man, that's y'all business.
I know that's
I'm
right.
so glad that I am of the mind that I am, and bitch, I'm not finna do nothing that I don't want to do to keep a nobody.
Well, see, that's why we're so proud of our daughter. She jumped out there and she got her heart broken a couple of times. And I don't think she's down with all the freaky threesomes and orgies and stuff either.
Not
Okay,
doing
she
all that.
lives a quiet life. Um, I'm gonna send you some information. She's an author. She writes her books.
Hmm.
She's a published author. She's got at least 4 books on the market right now. And
Okay.
she stays to herself and she just does her own thing. I have to tell you,
Sometimes that's the best way to be, baby.
on subject but off subject, my husband just retired the early part of April.
Hmm.
And I decided I was giving him a retirement party next month in June. So I'm really busy with planning all that stuff. So I
Okay.
called dear daughter and I said, yo, putting together a retirement uh, celebration for your dad.
Hmm.
And I said, no excuses.
You
You
need to
got to
be
be
here.
here.
Uh-huh.
So she says, oh, okay. I said, I don't care. She lives in Pittsburgh. I said, well, I
Well,
said,
that's not far. That's only what was 3 hours,
about 4.5 hours, about
four
four
and
and
a
a half
half."
hours.
Okay.
But I know that she doesn't have a car. So I said, now, here's your choices. We'll rent you a car that you can drive down with, or you can take the train and we'll pick you up at the train station and then we'll rent you a car once
Speaking
you get
of,
here.
is that Amtrak? Because I took Amtrak all the way to Georgia
Yes,
to
Amtrak.
Philly. I took the train. I took the Amtrak one time all the way from Georgia to Philly, and it was the regular Amtrak. That was the
Yeah.
most peaceful, roomy. I'm 6'1", roomy, roomy. I had so much room in front of me and behind me.
Well, I figured she needed some options. And
It was
I
the
don't,
most peaceful, roomy ride.
I have a cousin who travels by Amtrak from Milwaukee into Philly.
And I only did that once, but I would do it again. And the only reason, well, never mind. I only did it once, but I would do it again. When I tell y'all, I don't give a damn how long it took, because if you got the time, you just got the time. So
Well,
even
I
if
want to.
it takes longer, it was so comfortable. When I tell you I'm 6'1", I had so much room in front of me. I could kick back, I could lay back. This is not even the expensive cabin. This is not even the bed that you can buy to lay down in. This is not even that. This is the regular seating.
Yes, I think that's one of the biggest kept secrets is traveling long
And we got
distance
to
on
get to
Amtrak.
Lakeisha because Lakeisha came up. So go ahead, Miss
I
Lady.
did see
Go ahead,
her come out.
Lakeisha.
Hey, Lakeisha.
Hey, boo.
She probably on mute. Well, let me just finish that up. So I said to her, I said, it's your choice. I said, and you can stay with us, or we'll take you around the corner to the Radisson if you want to stay at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So she said, oh, well, I'll decide later, but I'll definitely be there. And I said, oh, by the way, it's semi-formal and formal attire. I
Uh-huh.
said, so why don't you just go ahead and rent a tux? So she started laughing.
About the tux, right?
So I said, well, I wouldn't dare ask you to wear a skirt
A
or dress.
dress, right?
Okay. I said, but first of all, I said, I would just be cracking up because I could see how uncomfortable you would be, you
Mm-hmm.
know? Um, she said manufacturing is big business in her state. Uh,
Uh-huh.
well, that's good that there's still some manufacturing somewhere. It's not that much as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So nonetheless, she's coming and she thought it thought it funny that I said tuxedo. I
Oh.
said, yeah. Honestly, people are so relaxed these days. I said semi-formal and formal attire requested because I didn't want nobody to be coming in with no jeans and shorts on, tennis
Mm.
shoes. I wanted to see some shoes.
So real.
Okay. And
Mm.
nobody gets a chance to get dressed up to go out anymore. But anyway, I'm way off subject. I'm not talking to you on the phone. We are on.
What?
Um,
No, but I appreciate you, and I am open enough to allow whatever conversation. And anytime I feel like I want to interrupt or need to interrupt, I will. So I appreciate you, Miss Lady K. Lakeisha!
Hey, what's up down there?
how
What's up,
dare
Nosy
she?
Neighbors? I enjoyed you, Lady K. I enjoyed
Thank you.
everything you
Yeah.
had to say.
Thank you, Keisha. Like
Hey,
Keisha.
boo.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing. I really enjoyed this subject tonight, and I want all you guys to really go hard in the midterms and,
Yes.
and encourage your
Absolutely.
friends. We need this.
Yes.
We
Yes.
Yeah.
need this. We have to. This is a must. And I've
Yes.
been trying to tell my friends and everybody else, we have to vote in the midterms. Pick up your elderly people, whatever you got to do. We have to go hard in the midterms because we have to work hard for this.
And I want to be clear on something. Just because I think that the Republicans and the Democrats ain't shit, and that's because I think that there's somebody over that's running them both or whatever, does not mean that I don't want the lesser of two evils. So the Democrats is a softer version of the evil shit. I would rather deal with that. Let's be clear.
And I feel you, Donnell. I feel you on that. You know what I'm saying? We're not saying either one of them are just the perfect person, but we definitely don't want a goddamn racist running the goddamn White House.
Exactly. You
Let's
don't
be
want
clear.
that anybody but that motherfucker.
Let's be clear. And
E-
that's all I have to fight and stand on. I don't
Exactly.
like it. I don't like it. I don't like how these people have changed. People in the jobs, people in the store, they're just trying you. Like they just think they got a right to say anything they want to you. It's been going on for a
Absolutely.
while.
Yes.
And now that Lakeisha's here, it just makes me think of more stuff. He's trying to, or maybe have, trying to strip nursing degrees, and he's trying to. This man is doing so much shit, y'all.
He's attacking where people of
Black
color
people.
have made money, where we've had good
Ooh,
lives.
Lady K, you better say that. I could piss right now.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
And I believe he went and looked up where are the most black jobs, because he's already attacked the DI. Then he went to the black jobs, and then he
That's
wanted
right.
to let's attack that.
That's right.
Yes, and they're low grading us as nurses now. You know what I'm saying? Everything he don't even respect the nursing profession. You know what I'm saying? He's been doing this to us since the pandemic. Let's be clear. And I've worked the pandemic, and now I'm working at a job where they house the detainees, and I see what's going on. All that I want to get all the criminal detain. You know what I'm saying? The criminal immigrants. That's not
Off the
true.
street. No.
When I tell you, none of these people, half of these people are hardworking people, have businesses, you know what I'm saying, has families, and they got people that are using these people to fix on their houses and everything, and then they call ICE on them.
Yes,
You know what I'm
yes.
saying? They're doing this, and I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact.
Like that one lady, and then she ended up getting in trouble. She ended up going to jail because she basically abused the system for that.
Yes.
She definitely did, and I get people all the time. They're coming in and they're like, "Oh, I run a roofing business." They done took their whole crew. They don't even care if they're citizens or not. Some of them get out. Let's be clear. They're arresting these people. Some of them getting out in some part of the time because they're realizing they're real legal citizens. They're just arresting them. None of these people have now. The people that they transport from jail to this place, okay, yeah, there are criminals, but it's motherfuckers that's on the street just living their everyday lives, taking care of their family. I'm telling you.
They're scooping them up. Lakeisha, you know what? It's so important. I love y'all nosy neighbors so much because listen, one thing about the nosy neighbors, you don't know where we're gonna draw some expertise from. And Lakeisha is telling she's in the mud with this shit right now.
Yes.
In the mud.
And
so
let's be clear, I have grown men crying to me. They like, I sleep with my baby every night. I take care of my family. They own businesses. Been here for years. I've gotten an 18-year-old boy that come in. He's never known nothing but America. And they caught him working with somebody, and he's going to get deported, and his parents don't even know where he's at. You know what I'm saying? He got to get deported from his parents. I deal with this every day.
My God.
He ain't shit. We have to do better in the midterms. Please, y'all fight.
And some folks have been born right here in the United States.
No, nothing.
Okay,
no, nothing other than the United States.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So you remember, people who were born in the United States were considered citizens, and Trump tried to go to the Supreme Court, even though in the Constitution it said people who were born in the United States are citizens. He tried to go to the Supreme Court to try to overturn that, to say if you were born in like bro, this is what I mean by, and listen, it's not just becoming black fatigue. Slowly it's becoming white fatigue. You know what? And I'm gonna say this. And y'all Mexicans and Hispanics and I'm gonna say Hispanics, y'all got to get the fuck together. I believe after black fatigue, the white fatigue become next, because the fucking Hispanic fatigue still thinking they motherfucking white, and y'all motherfuckers is still.
They tried it. They the won Florida over. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Y'all still some stupid motherfuckers. Them white folks don't give a fuck about you, you fucking.
Because when Donald
Let's be clear. Y'all did that to yourselves.
When Donald Trump says,
"Make
America,"
hold on, real quick, and then you Miss Kate. Hold on, real quick. I want to make a point.
Sorry.
Yeah, some of y'all Hispanics, because that covers everybody, right? Y'all want to be white so motherfucking bad. Your skin look white. Your eyes might look white. Your hair might look white. You want to look white so motherfucking bad. When the motherfucker think you're a Mexican or the motherfucker think you're a Puerto Rican or whatever he think you is, then you ain't nothing but that. And then you will sell your own people out for some bullshit. And there's something is fucking definitely wrong with y'all motherfuckers. Now, yes, the black people have their own plights. The black people have their own shit. And I'm going to talk to the black people for 1 second. I understand that a lot of the black people problem is because the mother didn't give the son what he needed. That's most of the black people problem. The mother didn't give the son what he needed, and the daddy won't know where the mother be found. This bitch.
I was going to say, daddy's kind of. Don't give it all to the mothers.
Oh no, I'm only giving.
I'm a mother. I got my hand on my hip.
No, listen to me. I only give it to the mother because the daddy went the fuck on. That was the biggest.
Yes.
Thing. But what I'm saying is, after the mother, let me tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this, and this is for the black mothers. You got fooled and laid with that man and had that baby. That man fooled you. He told you he loved you. He told you this and that. Let me tell you this, baby. We in 2026. These men been telling these same lies. Let me tell you something. Any black woman listening to me right now, these men been telling the same lies. How the fuck you gonna fall for the same lie?
Because black men are not creative when it comes to that.
How the fuck you gonna fall for the same lie? They've been telling the same lie.
Oh yeah.
Baby, I love you, baby, 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 baby. Ooh, baby, baby.
Promise you everything. Wait, was it the moon, the stars, and that's all the promises?
How the fuck you gonna keep falling for the same lie? Now, what I will say is it a difficult navigation that you got to do to determine who's the true and who's the false? Yes, it is. But you better get yourself in tune with that shit. A lot of shit you can know. You can see, you can look at the nigga shoes a lot of times and say,
Now that's an old one. You don't take care of his shoes, he ain't gonna take care of me.
You can look at the nigga shoes a lot of time and tell he ain't shit. Don't get rid of what the old people done tell you now. Because you can at least use that as a measuring tool. Now, am I saying every man with old shoes is like dirty shoes? It's like that? No, I'm not. But if you were, see, here's the thing. At some point, and I'm gonna say this too. Let me see, Darnell, you're absolutely correct. So who is responsible? Everybody. And if you want to support the channel, please do the Cash App. I don't know what the Cash App. I don't give a damn about the Cash App right now because you know what I'm trying to do. Teach
mothers don't insist that their sons.
You know what I'm trying to do.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Teach the people.
Let me tell y'all something. I'm not even going to look for the Cash App right now because what I'm trying to do is teach the people.
They know what it is.
Women. We talked about just now looking at the shoes. Fuck that. That look at that too. But it ain't always the shoes. You cannot meet a man and be so quickly. Let me go back further than that.
Does he respect his mother?
Discernment.
That's your word.
Discernment is
everybody don't have it, but let's be clear.
And everybody don't have it. But let me tell y'all something who don't have it. Let me tell y'all something for people who don't have it. A lot of people who have it, most people, it was developed. Yes. You know what the development of discernment is? Learning from that lesson you just had. You know what discernment developed looks like? I learned from that shit I just went through. I don't got to go through that again. I just learned from that. You know what I learned from that? I learned that this nigga told me he loved me. He told me this, he told me that. And then when he got my puss, he got the fuck up. I learned from that. But you know what? A lot of y'all women don't learn from it. A lot of y'all women don't learn from it. You repeat the cycle over and over and over and again. And I don't know why you want to do that. I don't know why you want to do that. Because that
Well,
same,
you know,
it's that same, it might be a different lie, but it's the same lie that last nigga told you. He done flipped the lie to sound like a different lie, but it's the same lie. I don't know why you want to do it, but all I can tell you is you want to sharpen your brain. You know what I tell the kids sometimes? Use your brain. And that's what the fuck you want to do. Use your brain. Because at the end of the day, a nigga will tell you anything. I love you. You know Meg Thee Stallion just got the motherfucking used by that fucking nerdy cornball, fucking can't dress, no swag motherfucker.
Or we ain't gonna even talk about how Jay-Z tricked on Beyonce. Let's be clear.
Oh, the camel man. The camel man got her.
And I'm not even gonna get into Jay-Z and Beyonce because at least they're married. I'm gonna go back to again what I said. Do you know Meg Thee Stallion, one of the hottest bitches? She got a natural ass, a natural body, tall stallion.
She's
built
beautiful.
motherfucker, slim
But
in
she's
the
pretty
waist.
damn dumb too.
I didn't say that, Lady K said that.
She pretty, but real pretty dumb. What Miss K said.
That's what I said.
This fucking nerd ass dude, and yes, I said it. This fucking nerd ass dude, this fucking nerd ass, no swag ass. She had to dress this motherfucker. This nerd ass motherfucking dude had the nerve to allegedly cheat on her, and then they said I put out that he cheated on her with that other basketball player girl. And listen, the girl came and said she didn't do it. I don't fucking know what happened because I won't there. I ain't got a dick or pussy in the fight.
But Meg, she backed out. She backed out the money making scheme she had going on.
Hold on, because I'm gonna let y'all talk and I'm gonna be the fuck quiet. I'm gonna say this, and Lakeisha next because me and Miss Lady K done talked all this. Let me tell you something. I think that, let me tell you what I really think. We get into it. Let me tell you what I think. I think that Meg Thee Stallion thought that she had her Russell Simmons. What the fuck? That's the wrong name now, bitch. Her Russell, what's the Russell name Sierra got?
The one going Sierra. Just say Russell, goddamn.
Stewart. Russell Stewart.
Bitch, I done said Simmons. You know
that was close enough. We knew what you
bitch
meant.
Gay as fuck. The Russell Simmons, bitch. We got to change that name. Not the Russell Simmons. Woohoo! Not him. Wilson. Thank you, baby. Carmelita. Shit. I believe that Meg Thee Stallion thought she had her Russell Wilson. And come to find out, this lame fucking dull fucking I don't even know what to fucking call him. This fucking dud gonna fucking play Meg Thee Stallion like that. Bitch, who are you cheating on? Who are you cheating on? Why are you cheating on them? Because you don't think you can be monogamous. But see, that's why I say, y'all, these men can play on y'all. Let me tell you, men have the ability, ladies. You got to be better with the discernment. And I know it's a hard thing. It's a very hard thing. Now, I'm not saying that it's easy. And I'm not giving no fault to Meg Thee Stallion or whoever the fuck else. But these men will play in your face. They will. They absolutely will. They will play in your face so they can't play
Let's be clear.
fucking more. And as a lot of women have already said, you're not even playing with the bitch better than me. Who the fuck you playing with? How the fuck you end up with that bitch? Because we all know you wanted a bad bitch. So how you end up with that bitch? We can understand a bad dirt bitch. But I'm the bad bitch. So how the fuck you end up with that bitch? And see, that's the problem. Let me tell you another thing. And I'm going to let Lakeisha go. I'm going to tell you another thing I realized. probably back in the day. Ooh, for the talk too much. Probably back in the day, a woman with some good puss or whatever, she might have made something happen. These days, no matter how good your puss is, the man he can't focus. It's a lack of focus. It's a lack of focus. And you know how I know that? I'm just gonna be very real right
It's
now.
a yearn for pride. Let's be clear.
I'm gonna be very real right now. I've had so many men tell me that I feel better than somebody else they've been with. I'm gonna keep it general for the lack of a shock
That
factor.
was real nice of you. That was real nice.
Thank you.
When you said that.
I've had so many men tell me that I feel better than so many people that they've been with. But then yet that's still not enough for you. And they still want enough for you. So the best feeling that you've ever had is still not enough for you.
That's a character flaw.
It's still not enough for you.
Let's be clear.
You have been around the world, and I have had a person to tell me, you feel better than this person downstairs. And I said, now, bitch, I didn't even know you been with the person downstairs. And I'm keeping it very general because I'm not, it's not a shock factor that I'm trying to get or a pinpoint or a attack. I'm not here for an attack.
That was thorough.
I'm here for, it's still not enough. Why is it still not enough?
Keep going. I love it.
Why is it still not enough? If you know you've been through 40 people, I don't know, 30 people, and you come across this person that's the best feeling person that you've ever felt, why is that still not enough? I don't understand this in this part of the world.
It's a
character factor. Just like you said, just like Miss K said, it's a character flaw.
And this is the fucking reason why I am single and why I don't give a fuck. Because why isn't enough? You done felt the best shit you ever felt in your life. And you done said it. And you done said it and you done expressed it. But you're still not the fucking enough. You know what you want to do? You want to still go out there. Because you know what? You think you're going to find somebody that feel like me. And that feel better than me. But bitch, you went through 100 people before you found me. And before you felt that. So you want to go through another 100 people?
They need the ego stroke.
What the
Let's be
fuck
clear.
are we talking about right now, bro? And let me tell you something. Women who got, and them all, I'm a man, and I done had sex with women. All women ain't got it, but some of y'all women got it. You got that good puss. You got it. But
let's be clear.
But that man, I don't know. He has to know. He has to lock into, and I'm gonna say, men, why don't you lock? I don't understand for the life of me. Why don't you lock into when you felt that woman and you know you done been through all of those other women and you know this the best woman you ever felt? Why you won't
don't know how to commit?
That? Why? What the fuck are you gonna keep chasing? Why the fuck are you gonna keep going back down that same road for? What are you going down the road for? I don't understand it. Unless that one
men are different. Men are different. No, sometimes they just need an ego stroke.
No. Go back. Men are stupid.
Let's be clear. Let's be the fuck clear.
Because if you've been a whore and if you've been a man and if you had sex with all of these people and you realize you come across this sexual thing and it's felt better than like, oh my God, this felt better. Why aren't you focused on that? Because I feel like back in the day they used to be. And then way back in the day, the reason that they was focused on one person because that's the only person they ever been with. And that person that they've been with was the person. But even today, you can't.
And niggas fuck with they dick, but women fuck with their heart.
And even today,
Mm-hmm.
You can have went through all of those women
Do that.
or men for that most part, and through all of those people you went through, and you know one person felt the best out of everybody. You still not in a mindset of that's what you want. Now, what I will say is, yes, there's a factor of that person felt like this, but their personality isn't that. And that's a decision that you got to come across. But y'all not even doing none of that. It's you men. You're being very stupid. You know what you're being. You know what you're being, men. Let me tell you, if it's a man listening, it took you 50 people, 100 people, how many ever people to feel that feeling that you just felt. And instead of you wanting to lock in and see if you can be with that feeling you just felt, you would rather go through a cycle again of another 50, 60, 80, 100 people before you even able to get that feeling.
That's a
And
lot of bodies. A
and
lot of bodies.
that's a sad fucking
That's called playing
story.
Russian roulette with STDs too.
That's a sad story. It's a sad story.
All
Come
catting
on, Miss
around.
K. There's a lot of bodies, baby.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now Lakeisha, I think I've been talking. Lakeisha, go ahead, boo. I'm gonna be quiet, and Miss Lake, we're gonna be quiet. Let you go, girl. You got
You said it all. You definitely said it all. But I just want to reinforce again. We got to go strong in the midterms. We have to.
Absolutely.
I need you all
Yes.
to stand up and be there for the midterms. We
yeah,
cannot let this motherfucker win. We
yes,
need the blue wave to come. Come on. And just like Darnell said, yes, Democrats ain't always the best, you know what I'm saying? But baby, we cannot let a racist, a ruthless, a motherfucking this motherfucker don't even give a damn what he doing. He done sent our troops out there. They out there dying for no fucking reason, just so you can cover up the Epstein file.
and
Let's
so
be the fuck
Yep.
clear.
like
I
Lakeisha
need you to
was
be
saying,
strong.
And
like
who's paying? It's
like
us. It's
Lakeisha was
us.
saying, at this point, anything to get that motherfucker, we got to stop this shit we got
Well,
going right
absolutely. Look at what this war is costing us. Okay, look at the gas prices going up. Now everything has a trickle down or a trickle up effect. The gas prices, the food prices were already just going through the roof. They're going to go up even higher because these truck drivers got to buy that diesel to move these
now.
trucks around to get
And
the food to us.
Lady K
And that
and
shit my high as fuck, my
hey,
ass. Let's
y'all
go.
talk for a second. I just want to let you know it ain't gonna be long, but I'll be gone for 1 second. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Those diesel prices. Oh, you think that wait a minute, that's going to put some truckers out of business. Some of those independent truck drivers aren't going to be able to afford to gas up their trucks and move things around to make some money. Okay. So that's going to be some more jobs lost. We just getting screwed with no kissing, no lubrication, you know, none of the foreplay are
Let's
we
be clear.
getting.
No play. Dry as
No
hell.
foreplay.
Getting screwed in the
Yes,
butt. Let's be clear.
yes, just straight up. And I mean, and it's a sinful, sad shame. You know, you're taking food off the table. You the food stamps. Okay, that's an issue.
Then
Okay,
you want
we
to take the
already
food
had food
stamps, but you
insecurity.
spending thousands, millions, billions of dollars on a war. And you done took
Billions
our
a
health care
day.
from our old people and all. Let's be clear.
Billions per day. Okay, all I can say is, but God, by the grace of God, there go I. At least not right now. We don't know how this thing is going to pan out. If because he's ruthless, ruthless, and all he can figure out is a $240 billion ballroom as you tear down the White House. I mean, the nerve of you. So many things are just so elementary, and he couldn't even keep his own businesses afloat. Okay, and
And
you
that's
know,
what his people love to say. They like to say that he's a businessman. Child, he was a
he was
poor
a failed
businessman.
businessman.
He got money from his parents because he was born into a rich family. He was a poor businessman. He went bankrupt several times. Let's be clear.
Yes, and I understand that bankruptcy is a part of big business America. All it does is wipe the slate clean, so you screw your creditors. Wipe the slate clean so you can get another bunch of
Uh-huh.
unknowings and do it to them again. No,
Uh,
it's not cool. And yes, you're absolutely right. And this also, this dismantling of the Voters' Right Act is yet again some more smoke and mirrors, okay, to distract us from what's
And let's
really
be
going
clear. And
on
guess
here.
what? We might be the next motherfuckers to be deported, even though we didn't ask to
We
be
don't
here.
know.
You
We don't
stole us,
know.
bitch. You stole us.
Well, yes, we were stolen, and yes, we are United States citizens according to the Constitution. But some of them babies that have been deported and scooped up and thrown into detention have every right to be here too. So
And guess
the
what?
rule
I know
applies
people
for
who
them.
children, the wife and husband been deported. I deal with this, and these people don't even know where their children are. They're crying.
That's sad.
They're like, where are my children? You know what I'm saying? They can't even talk to them or anything. They done
and
I
took them
just can't.
all away. They don't know where they are.
and he
I
tried
can't
to take
imagine that.
away uh, uh, natural citizens being born in the United States, even if they were born from someone who wasn't a citizen. You know, in the Constitution, it says if you were born in the United States on United States soil, then you will be a U.S. citizen. So he tried to overturn that as well.
He been trying to overturn the
Well,
Constitution. He want to go for
because
another term when you know you can't go for another term. He been
God
violating the
forbid.
Constitution, and these bitches been allowing him. Let's be clear.
Wow.
And you know, so earlier, if you all were following the conversation, oh shit, now the conversation that we were having, I didn't mean to bring up. Oh no, no, the conversation that we were having, you know, we were kind of having a conversation all the way back from what's happening now to the 1965 Voting Act, and to kind of going back to what um, Black people have going through, because the conversation was Black fatigue. So I want to go a little bit more into Black fatigue, right? And so
Okay.
now it's not only right because again, if I can see this thing all the way through, which I plan on doing, I want to have this whole conversation as a whole. So we talked about the voting rights of 1965 being overturned or changed, you know, however you want to put it, but it was significant changes, and it would uh, potentially and probably allow some discrimination in terms of redrawing the maps as a racial component. And of course, the people again are going to say they didn't redraw it for that. All right. And so I was like, okay, this is Black fatigue, right? Because why are we now 60 something years later readdressing something that we thought we had handled, right? And so I say, you know, this is not the only example of this. And I brought up the
It's
war,
by design.
and I brought up the war on drugs, right? And remember, the war on drugs was kind of like the three strikes you're out. Hold on one second. I want to see something. It was this whole thing, three strikes you're out, right? And I want to bring up a little bit of that as well. And so let me bring up my screen. And so I think I typed in how much words was the sentencing for crack versus cocaine. Okay.
Only because you added baking soda, but let's be clear.
Right. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 established a 100-to-1 disparity between crack and powder cocaine. I want everyone to really understand and take a moment to interpret, and it shouldn't take that long for anybody with a brain. There was a 100-to-1 disparity, meaning that the severity of crack versus cocaine was 100-to-1. Now I'm going to bring up the differences in crack and cocaine in just a second. Now, the thing about crack to cocaine was people who were known to be on crack were majority at the time black, and maybe still to this day, I don't know. And people who were known to be on cocaine was majority white. So is there a coincidence that the crack was punished 100 times to 1 versus the cocaine? And see, this is the fuck we're talking about.
Let's be clear, because niggas knew how to spread it. Let's
The
be
Drug
clear.
Abuse Act of 1986 established 100 to
The
1
only difference was
between crack and powder cocaine sentencing,
baking powder. Let's be clear.
making crack penalties 100 times harsher. Like, bro, one thing I will say in my conquest today of this conversation that we're having, Google has been on point. Making crack penalties 100 times harsher than cocaine. It required a 5-year mandatory minimum for 5 grams of crack, while you had to have 500 grams of cocaine to have the same sentence.
Yep.
Bitch, are we?
And they whipped that shit. They whipped that shit. Let's be clear. They did that shit for nothing. The only difference is baking powder. Let's be clear. I can tell you. I can tell you because I've been there.
Are we? Is this so, Bridge? So you mean to tell me, and this is 1986? That's damn near close to 1990, bro. Black people have been fucking targeted since day fucking one, bro. Black people have been targeted since day one. They never let their necks off of black people. Never. Like I said, all of the other people have gotten reparations and all kind of shit. Black people ain't never got a motherfucker. Now you might can say the DEI, or you might can say affirmative action or whatever. Bitch, that wasn't nothing in compared to the fucking. That was peanuts in compared to the things that other people have gotten through the slaughter and abuse and mistreatment that they've had in this world.
People on crack went to the state penitentiary. People who got caught with the cocaine powder, they went to the federal penitentiary. So,
Lady K telling you.
And let's be clear, it was no difference but baking soda. That's all it was. All it was baking soda. Let's be clear.
Right.
And Lakeisha, baking soda, and from what I told, just one was hard and one was soft. One was a rock and one was powder.
Well, you got the rock. When you got the rock, you're putting the baking soda on the powder.
You know what? I think I brought up a thing.
That's how they made the rock. Baking soda on the powder, baby.
That's it.
I think I brought up a thing towards the end that's gonna show the difference between those two. I think I did. But let's continue.
Me and Keisha know.
So listen, like we're going along. So we're talking about Black fatigue, baby. We're tired. Like, white people have been targeting us. They never let us rest. They got the police, and then let's not forget that the police is being infiltrated by the KKK. It's so much shit, black people. We can't get a fucking break. We can't get
Let
a.
me ask you. Let me ask you to look for another thing.
Hold on, because I want to keep going for a second. So we can't get a break. The war on drugs, the crack we just talking about, and the list goes on. Now, black people are more so pulled over by the police than white people are. Okay? So now it's not even a matter of black people doing the most, white people doing the most. If the police who've been infiltrated by the KKK and all of the adjacents of that are pulling black people over more, it's not a matter of the statistics being the black people versus white people. The statistics is that y'all are not pulling over fucking white people, and they're getting to go along their fucking Mosey Day, and y'all fucking with black fucking people. Now, that's been a statistic all along as well. Now, Google would tell you that as well. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Cocaine was supposed to be the
Yeah, Google ain't
designer
got to
drug.
tell me, bitch. I've been there. Let's be clear.
Okay. Oh, here it go right here. Here it go right here.
I'm curious to know how meth
Is
fits
the
in there.
probability higher for black people to be pulled over than white people? Yes. Studies have consistently shown. I said, well, at least Google would, well, from this experience, tell the truth. Studies have consistently shown that black drivers have a significantly higher probability of being pulled over by officers, police, compared to white drivers. Data indicates racial disparities in traffic stops, where black drivers often stop at rates disproportionate to their share of population. Okay? So if y'all want to believe Google, let's believe Google. Okay?
Hey, we ain't even got to believe Google. Let's be clear. They don't show how names like Lakeisha, Shanika don't even get jobs like the rest of these motherfuckers because they
right.
judge us by our names, and that's been
Yep.
a known statistic. Let's be clear. They
Yep.
do that. Well, even though a
Often.
bitch named Lakeisha can be smarter than all the motherfuckers named Alice and James. Let's be clear.
Or Karen.
All right. So, and the list
Let's be clear.
And the list goes on. And the list goes on. So it's just a constant thing that black people, it's like a seesaw. The up and down, the old kind of seesaws, the up and down, you know, it's like a yo-yo. It's just the back and forth of it all. And it's when one person gets in office, they make these laws and it's for us and for black people and pass this, and then another come and fuck it all up. Why should we live in a world, in a society that collectively we've decided that the progression is to go this way, and then somebody comes and they corral the races, and then they come. It's like it's this back and forth for me that is fucking exhausting, bitch. Why are we going back and forth like that? So you really mean to tell me I never get to rest in my rights? I never, as a black person, then get to rest in my rights because I don't know when and if those rights are going to be uprooted. And that's a fucking problem for me. It's the big fucking problem. And the same status quo to get shit achieved, and I don't like it. It ain't working for me. I don't like it not one bit. Mm-mm.
And that's why I need you guys. That's why I need you guys to go hard in the midterms. Tell your friends, tell everybody you're around. We need you guys to go hard in the midterms. We have to do this.
I did my part. I do mail order ballot, so I don't have to stand at the polls with them whiteys.
Okay. And so, another person comes behind and they dismantle everything that everybody has worked for. It's a never ending cycle. Another thing, I'm tired of the local government. Even if they pass laws and stuff, just like Jim Crow and stuff happen, even if laws are passed, the local government try to find loopholes and tricks and tricks. What is it? I'm gonna speak to another thing. This whole thing about racism is deeper than the color of our skin. As Black people, it's deeper than the color of our skin. Let me tell you something. As I have examined this whole racism, it's deeper than the color of our skin. Now, some white people may not know it's deeper, but the people who initiated, started, perpetuated, and fostered out the layout for racism, they know it's deeper. It's deeper than the color of our skin. These people are feeling some type of way about our DNA, our ancestry and makeup, how we have things that they don't. And I don't know how we will allow. How did we allow? They said that we were such and such and such, and then they came and such and such. I don't know how we allowed, but what I will say is it's deeper than the color of our skin. And a lot of white people, I believe, think that it's about the color of our skin. No, what the fuck it's not. It's about your DNA. It's about your melanin. It's about it's about that the source of humanity came from Africa and from a woman. It's about so many deeper things than our skin complexion. And there's a lot of things that we don't even know. And I don't know how these people came and erased this fucking knowledge and wisdom, but they did. Okay, they were master manipulators, and they did. Okay, so I don't know how they did, but
And they definitely did. And they trying to act like we were lazy, like we a lazy bunch because bitches get food stamps and shit. Bitch, let's be clear. We built this shit. You stole our people and we built this shit, nigga. We built this whole goddamn America. We did it. You used us as slaves and we did it for free, bitch. Let's be clear.
Like some of the people say, not only built it, told them how. See, this is the thing, Black people told these niggas, white niggas. So I done said it. I don't give a fuck.
You said it.
Told the white niggas. Told the white niggas how to read.
Let's be clear.
Told the white niggas how to wash their ass. Told the white niggas how mathematics. Told the white niggas all this shit, and then they took all of this shit that we done told them out of kindness of our heart and used it against us. Now, this the part I don't fucking understand. How the fuck did history show we taught these motherfuckers how to do every motherfucking thing? And I don't have a problem against a white person that's an ally of mine. I'm just speaking straight facts. How the fuck did we teach
Let's be clear.
people how to do every fucking thing, and then we allowed them to flip all of the script on us to where now we're enslaved? How the fuck did we allow that? Now that's what the fuck I want to know, because I want to beat their ass.
Because they don't want to know the truth. We're the original man. And they know they had to learn everything from us.
That is not what I'm talking about right now.
We've been the fuck world. Let's be the fuck clear.
Not what I'm talking about.
We built this shit.
What I said is, how the fuck did we allow? How the fuck did we teach somebody?
Oh, we allow
shit, and then we allowed them to flip the shit all the way on us, and then now we're fucking suppressed.
Let's be clear, and we're not gonna even talk about the Indians. Bitch, this was their fucking land.
But no,
they did this shit. They stole us, bought us over here, and made us build this shit, nigga. Let's be clear.
Now, okay,
because they're thieves.
There's different sayings about the Indians, and I don't know because I was fucking there. They were saying the Indians was the Indians, then they were saying the Indians was the black Indians, that we was the Indians, that we were
The
just.
Indians own this shit. Let's be clear.
Let me tell you something. I want there. See, this is the thing, that this is the joy that I have about life, because one thing about it, I wasn't there. So I don't know if the black people was the Indians, because I'm not going to disregard that, because the people we're all talking about the history that the white men done told us, and it ain't like the white men done told us the truth. The fuck. So let me tell you something. I don't know if we were the Indians and we were black, or if the Indians was a whole nother Indian. I don't fucking know. But what I'm not gonna disregard is that we weren't the Indians. We might have been the fucking Indians. We might have been that.
Yeah.
I feel that, Donnell. I feel that
Yeah.
because who's the fucking say we wasn't the fucking Indians? We were.
Well,
We've been here. Been real.
We might have been. I don't know.
Let's have an understanding that, the whole thing about complexion had to do with migration, okay, and adapting to the environment where you were, okay. So that's why, in the motherland, the skin is darker, and when you get to other places, the skin was lighter, and over the Europeans were lighter. All that had to do
let's talk about
migration.
that. If the original,
and the reason why the skin was lighter because they raped us. Let's be clear.
No, that's not.
That's a little bit further on.
I'm gonna say this.
But they did do that too.
People, even the ancestral tracking of the DNA points the black woman to be the originator of
all mankind.
So let's start the fuck there.
Yes.
And so if we were to start with the black woman, I don't give a if we're stuck. So let me tell you how they come to that conclusion. Because all of these motherfuckers and everybody got that black woman. They call this black woman a certain thing. Let me pull this shit up for y'all. Hold on. And I y'all gonna say something, but I wish I wouldn't before I pull it up. Tracking DNA to a black woman. Okay, she's called something. There we go. No, she's called Eve. They call there we go, y'all. So I researched this and I just wanted to I be looking this shit up. Let me tell y'all something. So part of the black fatigue is also I be looking all of this shit up and it's tiring. Okay. The tracking the DNA to a black woman involves using mitochondrial DNA, testing to trace direct maternal lines of the black to African ancestors, with all humans sharing a distinct scientific ancestral known as mitochondrial Eve. Now, who is mitochondrial Eve? A black
It's the
woman.
biblical Eve.
Bullshit to me.
Wait, who said that?
That's
Keisha J.
Who?
Keisha J.
What?
She said it.
Why
it's bullshit to me.
Why do you say this is bullshit to you? Because this is saying the Eve that everybody has known and had some type of acknowledgement of was the black woman.
Yeah, it don't sit right with me. I don't like it.
Wait a minute.
Talking about Adam's woman, Eve.
Wait the hell a minute. Well, Lakeisha, what are you saying? You're saying it doesn't sit right to you that Eve was a black woman?
No, that's not what doesn't sit right with me. It's the rest of the shit that they're saying. That doesn't sit right with me.
What's the rest of the shit? I'm confused.
The shit that came after that.
Okay, I'm going to read it again. Tracking DNA to a black woman involves using mitochondrial DNA, testing to trace direct maternal lines back to African ancestry, which all humans sharing a distinct scientific ancestral known as mitochondrial Eve. Specialized tests such as African ancestry analyze the mitochondrial DNA and Y-DNA to identify specific modern day African ethnic groups and countries. I'm just confused.
Yes, still does sit right with me. Because, bitch, we are the beginning and the motherfucking end. We started
That's what
all
it
this
just
shit.
said,
But
Lakeisha.
wait, Lakeisha, hold on, honey,
That's what it
sweetheart.
said.
That is what I'm confusion because that's what it said that we are the
The
beginning,
original man.
the original. It said
Okay, my bad, because I didn't sit right with me for a second the way it was sounded. I may
Okay.
be wrong. And I
No,
can admit when I'm wrong. I back up off of that.
no, you just relaxed a little bit too much there for a second. But
Hey, I was a little too. Hey, I ain't like it.
wait a minute, you made that clear. But no, saying the same thing. We are the original man. And that's what they're saying. Eve. Eve was Adam's wife,
Right.
you know? So
yeah,
and he said dates back to Africa, maternal lines back to Africa, direct trace.
Yeah, we started it. We are the original race. No,
Yes,
everybody get their color from us. Let's be
that's
clear.
right. That's
well,
right.
and you can Google it. Like I said, tracking DNA back to a black woman. It pulled up that just what I just read. And listen,
I misunderstood, Donnell. I'm sorry.
oh no, you're good.
Okay.
I just wanted to go over it so we can get on the right path. And so that, and in addition to, we have our melanin, and we're able to do all of these things and whatever. And so, I do think, as I said prior, that the hate that is for black people is not necessarily because of a simple race and black against white thing. It is a spiritual, and it is also a deeper meaning that we don't know. And part of that, I do believe, it is our, and they say mitochondrial DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that is our melanin that we have. Part of that is the in the Bible it says the first shall be last, the last shall be first. And some things, somebody told me this once, that some things in the Bible are true. Now maybe everything is not. I don't know. However, I do believe that the reason that this racism exists is not for super simple things as far as the skin color. It is a deeper meaning. It is a deeper hate. It is a deeper attempt to have a non-discovery for black people to know who they are and how powerful we are. And I believe that if we knew the formula of what we needed to know to this day, we could get out of this shit that we're in. I don't like this shit that we're in. I don't like it not one bit. If we knew the formula, there is a formula. In the Bible, it talks about in order for this person to heal themselves or whatever, they were supposed to go around this wall and go through this and suck this and do that. There's
When you went around the wall 9 times.
yeah. And what
Mm-hmm.
and then who else? Who I don't know what he did when he went around that wall 9 times. He might have sucked something, drank something, sniffed something, did something. And the point of that is there could be a formula. Not there could be. There is a formula a
She left.
concoction. Lakeisha's back. There's a formula, there's a concoction. There are ingredients to take us from one place to another. We don't know what that is, a lot of it. We haven't come in tunes with it. Some of it we haven't tried, and if somebody has, we have not done with it what we should. And so, and another thing, I see a lot of times when somebody so-called has a epiphany of what we should do to get better, to get rid of this and do that, is often attached to some type of financial gain. Like, oh, I realize we ain't supposed to did this all along, and we supposed to did this, and then you know what? And if y'all want to undo this, buy this. I said, why does the information always have to be attached to a product?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's giving me pause too. Why does the information have to always be attached to a product? And who is behind that product?
Well, and was that a question or was that rhetorical?
It was more so rhetorical because
Okay.
I could answer for myself, or I could draw an answer for myself. So it was more so rhetorical. And it was
Okay.
for everybody to answer on that. Oh, who is behind those products? Those products, you're not going to lead me to believe that this black person is awakened, like they're superseding the thoughts and mindsets of everyone, right? And that in order to access that level of thinking, I have to buy their product. That's I don't know if I trust that, because I see it too many times.
Yeah.
It's too many of y'all doing it, and so now therefore, in order for me to see clarity, I gotta pay you. It sounds like the preacher. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like the preacher in the church.
Mm.
It sound like a different version of the preacher in the church. In order for you to get a blessing,
Mm-hmm. You got to make that tithe.
you gotta make that fucking tithe. Now I done preached the
Mm-hmm.
word to y'all now. I don't know if y'all realize that or not. I done preached
Yeah.
you a fucking word just now, right there in your titty. I preach you a word.
Mm-hmm.
The time on the Instagram, everybody got all of the answers. And then why? Everybody got all of the answers, but the answers is attached to you buying a product. And see, that leaves me
Yes.
a little weary.
The gimmicks, all the gimmicks.
I
Okay.
feel that.
Yeah.
I feel that, baby.
Now take it as you may. Take it and do with it as you may, feel it as you may, do whatever. Okay? That's my question that I have about things. Okay?
Well, I'm gonna take it back to what Lakeisha said, and that is we got to vote as if our life depends on it because it does. And hopefully some change will come about. It's hard getting masses of people together. Uh, really, really difficult. That's why we were so that's why we let that man slipping back in there again. You know, he wasn't wonderful to he wasn't a wonderful representative his first term. And he got back in and he went guns a blazing. Definitely guns a blazing. And it's not only been bad for people, for minorities, but it's also been bad for a lot of other races as well, including white people. Everybody wasn't ready for all of this. A lot of people didn't recover just from the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Eh, Okay, financially, it didn't recover. Business, the face of business changed just as a result of COVID. And a lot of people just didn't get back on board.
I
Um,
mean, we just had also, speaking of today, and I'm sorry so much to interrupt you, Lady K, but you sparked a conversation, and I wanted to make sure I didn't forget it. So, speaking of today and what happened today, Spirit Airlines also just abruptly went out of business. Did
that's
y'all hear
right.
about
Sure did. Sure did. That's right. And they claim that a lot of the impact um, was brought about as a result of COVID.
that? Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And
well, yes, and then I haven't heard that. But what I heard that they claimed a lot of the impact was as a direct result of the gas prices.
well, gas prices is current,
That's what I
but
saw.
also it was stated. Now, my assumption is, and it is my assumption, is that when everybody had to stay home, them not being able to sell people plane tickets impacted their finances.
Well,
Okay.
I I would have to go back because I almost want to say they already got a bailout for that piece. I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. Now I
I
didn't
would
think
have to
about
go
that
back
part.
and see
Yes,
if
yes,
they did or did
yes.
they not. I don't know.
Absolutely,
But I know
yeah.
they were seeking for a bailout for this piece, and I guess obviously they didn't get it. But what I wonder about the whole thing? I was like, bro, why couldn't y'all have fulfilled the flights that were already supposed to be in the air and the next several hours of flights? Like, I didn't understand. Like, we're just gonna damn near like they was gonna shut
Just
the
cut you
fucking
off.
airline
Yeah.
down in the middle of the fucking.
But
What?
he stopped the what it was protecting the people in the airline, the people that was doing that. He shut them down too.
But
He made them a lot of them got laid off. You remember that?
the air traffic controllers,
Yes, the air traffic control that was protecting the airlines.
Yeah. They did for sure.
and they weren't getting paid too.
Right. Let's be clear.
Um, well, I think that spirits problem is multifolded. Certainly the fuel prices, because I actually heard on the news tonight that they said that some flights, if it
I'll
was
be
in the
on this
air,
shit.
that
I'll
they were
be
going
on
to
it every
return
day.
back to their original point of departure.
Hmm.
So if I was going from Philly to Florida, I guess depends on how close I was to Florida.
That's where you was
Whether
going.
Yeah, yeah. Am I gonna end up in Florida or you gonna bring me back to Philly?
Oh,
No, it's pretty testy. It's a pretty testy situation. Um, and then look at all of those people who now don't have jobs. How much of that staff can the other major airlines absorb?
mhm. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just, I thought it was quite ghetto, to be honest, to just abruptly end your organization. I know you're ending, but just abruptly end it in the middle of flights, in the middle of like people traveling. I don't know. I just can't get
Oh,
over
that's
that part.
tacky. Oh,
I,
that's real tacky. That's the
I
epitome of
can't.
tackiness. The
And
epitome.
it gave me like maybe like, oh, you don't give a fuck the government. Oh, yeah. I just
Yeah.
mm-mm.
Well, do you remember? I think both of you are old enough to remember when Ronald Reagan fired all of the air traffic controllers. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Um, and he also was the one. who started this war on drugs and started converting uh, jail time and the amount of uh, substance a person has on them or and so forth. But yeah, Ronald Reagan, he fired all of the, and I don't recall why. And then they were scrambling because people that they started putting in position as air traffic controllers were inexperienced, like maybe just out of school. And it's not like you had a senior person there, to guide you. So it was real touch and go there for a while. But I think that, over those years until recently, the staff had gotten, quite fortified again. Okay. And then here comes this new presidential person who's messing with them again, not just, and based on the way I've been seeing things or the way the news has been reporting it, with all of these near collisions in the air, it really makes me question, the strength and the ability of the air traffic controllers that are in place right now. I mean, it's happening so frequently where there's these near misses. That has to do with the the expertise of the people that's doing the job. You know, when did you when did you become so relaxed? We never heard about near misses, planes colliding in the air. One was supposed to be taking off in one direction and the other, and then they're both crisscrossing, coming 450 feet away from each other. That's just ridiculous.
Okay.
There's a lot of and that makes me think, excuse me, my brain runs kind of fast sometimes. It's just like it reminds me of we let go of so many things that sustained us and kept us an intelligent people.
Mhm.
And I'm finding that between social media and technology, I think it's the dumbing down of America. And I say that this way. You got people in the workforce, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking about people who are working, you know, in office jobs and so forth that can't write a sentence. They don't know how to use an initial cap at the beginning of the sentence. They use no commas. Everything's just running on, no punctuation whatsoever. And then they're expected to run business today. And I want to know how a person goes all through school, then to higher education, and then you go out into the workforce in a supposed professional employment, and you can't write a sentence. You can't structure it properly. That blows my mind. I think, hence, that's another reason why we've got so much of this AI business going on, because humans becoming quite incapable. They're becoming a laughing stock, and it's too many of them out there. And I mean, why was cursive taken out of the curriculum at school? Does that sound crazy? Why
No.
do, why is it that people can't structure a sentence? See, the things that we're talking about, they are all connected. Okay, they are related to uh, the demise of companies, the attitude of people in decision making positions. Um, I wonder sometime if Donald Trump can write a complete sentence, but that's neither here nor there. He's got people to do it for him. um, but nonetheless, I probably shouldn't have said his whole name like that. Lord, forgive me. And let the powers that be in the airwaves on YouTube forgive me as well. Um, but yeah, I think a lot of these things are connected. I don't think that we garner our strengths, okay, and sit down and have these roundtable talks and whittle away at it one little piece at a time. A lot of people are leaving. Uh, People of color are leaving the United States and opting to go to other countries because they said, like people in me and my husband's age bracket, they said, "Oh, you better take your money and run because your dollar ain't going to be worth nothing." Okay, you better snatch that money out of them 401k plans because it's going to tank. Okay, and you won't have anything. Well, we paid attention and we kept a close eye out, and that's why a lot of people of color have opted to leave the United States and go elsewhere. Uh, and it seems like they're. I'm saying seems like because I ain't there. Living pretty decent lives. That's not quite as expensive. And I know the way they're doing in Philly, I mean, gentrification is all over the place. You can't get a decent apartment for under $2,000. And I'm talking about a 1 bedroom. Philly was never like that. Oh, this is becoming a billionaire society. If you don't have big bucks, you don't have nothing to say about the decisions that's going on and that do impact your day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a sad shame. And
You talking some real stuff, Miss K.
I mean, she is. I mean,
well, these are the things I think about. I
and
spend a
this
lot of
is the conversation of Black fatigue. The conversation, Lady K, Lakeisha, is they're centered around Black people. We're still doing it and we're still going at it, but we're tired. We're tired.
yes,
We are
yeah,
tired, and it's a reason that I went back and pointed, we've been fighting some of these fights. Do you mean to tell me we got to readdress the fight? And more, well, no, in attached to that, when we make a decision in America, why are we going back and readdressing it? Why?
exactly.
Why are we going back and readdressing it? So it would be different if we made a decision in America and that decision was the decision and it is and that is what it is. But now we so everything that happens, we can go back and readdress. We can readdress the Voting Rights Act. So that means we can readdress slavery. We could readdress like bro, I cannot. I cannot. It's
But
too
who
much.
primarily does it affect? It affects us.
It affects us.
It affects minorities
Now, what I will say
primarily.
towards the end, I was going to get into another piece, and I will. But yes, it definitely affects us, and it's tiring. Now,
Very.
were we the physical ones marching? No, but did we get? See, one thing that we'll never know: what's the side effects? What is the after conversation? The side effects, the
Okay, Miss
mentality
Mr. Most, boss.
behind, huh? Behind some of us either hearing or experiencing this stuff. What am I itching? What does that sound like? It look like? But what I will say too, because I do have a couple of more things I want to bring up before we get up. And I'm loving the conversation. I'm loving. Um, it's an important conversation. I want to bring up because we were just talking about. Let me bring up because I had. We were just talking about well, we had a broad conversation, but when I brought up the topic, we were talking about uh, the 1961 was it 61 or 65? The Voting Rights Act 65, 1965 Voting
65.
Rights Act. And how did we get back here? We were readdressing this, and we gave several things about that. The back and forth of it all. And I just wanted to paint a picture real quick, right? I really did. Can I get rid of that? I think I should get rid of that. I just wanted to paint a picture. I want to paint a picture. And this is the progression of from slavery to now. And of course, it can't encapsulate all things slavery and all things now. Of course not, right? That's common sense. But let's encapsulate certain
I just gonna
things.
put your loose ones in there.
And I wanna bring to everybody's attention that as far as the ending of this, it hasn't been that long. Okay. So let's get into it. So what is this? Chattel slavery. Slavery, basically. 1619 to 1865. Okay. Now what I asked Google, let me say what I asked Google. Let me go back up. Oh, my eyes itching. What I asked Google was, what were the stages from slavery to Jim Crow to now? Okay. That's what I asked Google. And one thing I will say, because at this point I said, shit, Google could be a liar. But in all my findings in my searches today, I did not see that to be true. All right, so that's the question I asked. What were the stages from slavery to Jim Crow to now? Is it chattel? I'm gonna pronounce it chattel. Chattel slavery. Chattel slavery. Shadow. 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 What is that word?
That's it, shadow. That's right.
No, but I'm saying like.
Oh, what does it mean?
Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. You know, you don't have to know.
Shadow, that means herds. Herds. Don't you? That's what I'm getting from it, from the context of it.
Okay. So we'll go with shadow, not chattel. All right. Shadow slavery from 1619 to 1865. Millions of African people were treated as legal property, enduring forced labor, systemic abuse, and legal restriction on education and freedom, primarily fueling the Southern agrarian economy. All right. Emancipation and reconstruction. Huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's the English teacher in me. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Let it
I'm
go.
sorry. Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, dear. Just keep going. Don't mind me. I should put
No,
myself on mute.
no. Did I say something wrong? Tell me.
Southern agrarian.
Oh, not agrarian, but aggregate. But it don't say
Yeah.
agrarian. It says
Arian.
What did I say?
Don't worry about it.
I said agrarian. So you're saying not agrarian, but Wait, what?
See, now I'm not going to be able to say it right. Agrarian. Agrarian.
That's what I said.
You kind of drag. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
I said
I'm gonna mute my mic so I don't.
Well, you don't have to mute it, but if you're gonna tell me I said something, I said agrarian. I said Southern agrarian economy. Nah, I do know that's what I said. Now, but okay.
I can.
Emancipation and Reconstruction, 1863 to 1877. The Civil War And the 13th, the 14th, the 15th Amendment abolished slavery and granted citizenship and voting rights to black men. Black men, black men, black
That's
men, not
right.
black women. This
That's right.
period saw major advances, including black citizen holding political office. Now, this is 1863 to 1877. Black women, black men. Now, black women were not, and then women in general, white women also. That's what I don't understand too. You know, the white women are choosing to go with Trump, but you know what? I do understand it because somebody made me understand it. The white women are wanting to vote with Trump because they are attached and adjacent to the white man. And
Exactly.
they're the white woman's importance about their own fights and what we want to say, their own
Plight. Mm-hmm.
plight. That's a good, you said plight?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good word. The white woman and her own plight has been reduced to her being succumbed to the white man and his thoughts and his actions. And that's the problem. And that's where white women went and voted for Trump, which is a sad fucking thing because he said he wanted to grab you by your and
Yes, he did.
squeeze it, and he wanted to go behind the white women. You I'm not gonna be funny. I maybe am. Y'all white women who voted that way, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're just back in the 18 something with the white man.
They
Like
didn't
the
think it
fuck?
through.
Let's be clear.
The
They
fuck?
did not think it through.
This man want to grab you by the and you sitting there up there vote for him. He already done told you what he think about you, but you want to be so adjacent to the white man who has the power, so you don't want to bring yourself any further down than attaching yourself to the white man, even though you know you still don't have the same equal rights as the white man. But see, white women, you're fucked up for that. But we'll talk about that later. But you're fucked up for that. The white women who participate in that, you're fucked up for it because you're working against your own fucking self. And the white man is going to the black women, and they're doing all
Oh,
kinds of shit. The fuck?
fast and hard. Fast and hard.
And the white men that's going to the black women, you better be careful they don't take you to Africa and you don't make it back. Because who's to say
Okay.
they got all kind of minds. They
And
got
claim that you committed suicide.
they got a pure mind where maybe they mean what they say. They got a slick mind where they can tell you anything and make you believe it. And the next thing you know, you don't come back for Africa. You're dead over that bitch.
Come on, Miss K and Donnell. Let's go.
You better be motherfucking careful while you think you don't find a fucking savior. You don't see. This is my thing. Tell you reel that back. This is
Black women have a mystery about them for white women.
But hold on, before you get into that, we talking about the white man right now. The white man that just took that lady over to Africa, you know damn well that lady in Africa ain't killed herself. Now,
no, she did not.
Talk about that. She did not.
No,
kill
she did
herself
not.
in Africa. She did not. Now, do I believe that a white man will be with a black woman, like her, marry her even, and still be racist? Yes, the fuck I do. Okay.
Absolutely.
Now y'all go figure that out. You want to do a case study? Figure out how the white man will be with a black woman and still be racist. Okay, figure that out. But anyway, what we was first of all, before we continue, go ahead, Miss Lady K.
No. Was I saying something? Or I mean, I can say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I was going to say was that white men have a myth in their mind, and that this I'm going to call it. I'll go with, I don't want to use the word fetish, but that's their big desire to be with a black woman.
And we're not talking about all white men, but we're talking about some, and maybe even most, or definitely many. That's a good word.
Mm-hmm. And what they do is they find their places to be where they're not under so much scrutiny. You know, those places like I was talking about, in the coal mines and up in those
Mhm.
rural portions. You'd
Mhm.
be surprised if you ever take a trip in those areas to see how many white men have black women. And when they have a black woman, they don't get of that little girl, she was such a pretty little thing uh, in Tanzania that they killed. Okay, she was such a pretty little thing, but usually the black women that you see is very stately looking, real dark, short nappy hair, and then they got all these pretty mulatto kids.
Mhm.
Okay, and when I would look at them, I say to myself, I can go all up in Lancaster and so forth, um, and see these couples and families. And I say, I wonder if he treats her well. You know, I wonder if she feels enslaved. I wonder when he's being intimate with her, if he calls her a nigger bitch.
Uh-uh.
Sorry, that's the way my brain went. But no, it makes me question it because I think too that at the core of most white men, that they
Mhm.
are racist, or many, I should say. Use my own word, many. Uh, so yeah, I personally, I've never been interested in what I call pink meat. Um,
Oh.
yeah, I've never been interested and I'm one of those little almost light brights. Okay, I don't know who uh dipped in our pool, okay, that I came out this shade, but I am. Oftentimes people want to say that I'm Hispanic by my looks, but when I open my mouth, they know otherwise. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I ain't nothing Hispanic about me. I'm black. I'm African American. But I'm saying that to say, not to dwell on me. And they got all these little pretty mulatto babies. Okay. And I just don't believe I had a very bad experience when I was a teenager. Uh I was not molested or raped by a white guy, but I was set up by some white girls. And he didn't do anything to me. Um, but the potential was there. I'll put it that way. So as not to be graphic. And from that day forward, I ain't want to have nothing to do with pink with meat. I've just gotten to the point, and I already told you how old I am, where I can look at a white guy and say, he's fine. Because ain't none of them was fine to me. They was all ugly, ugly monsters. Uh, but no, um, I think that racism, yeah, we already know that it's learned. It's in their blood. Some of them, especially if you came from generations of slave masters, okay, and your family has continued your family's wealth continues as a result of slavery. That's how your wealth was built. Oh yeah, they still sit around the table and talk about niggers. Okay,
Mhm.
so no, race is a big deal. Um, we ought not run so quickly. I grant you, love is where you find it, and some of that stuff can be. I have a cousin who's been married to a white woman for decades. Now, if they had any problems, Don't nobody know nothing about it. And as far as we know, he loves and respects her, and vice versa. So there, it can happen, but for the most part, I'd say no, because I think they slip up. There's a comedian. What's his name? Gary Owen.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he was married to a black woman. Now he's divorced her, and he's married to another black woman. They say she's black, but she looks really Hispanic to me, or something else. Okay. Hispanic, Dominican, something. You know, people do like what they like. Works out for some, and it doesn't work out so well for others. But I ain't leaning in that direction. I'm good. I got me a nice hunk of chocolate over here. I like chocolate. Milk chocolate, dark chocolate, not white chocolate.
Now you know that's my favorite. Dark.
What, white chocolate? I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. If you could see the smile on my face, you'd have known I was messing with you. I do have a little bit of a personality. I swear I do.
So that was a mouthful.
Let me add that I got me a nice black man too. Let's be clear.
All right,
Yeah.
come on now, y'all, with the black man. Y'all better represent these black men.
It's about
Wait
that
a minute
chocolate
now.
for
Let me
me.
put it. Let me put this down.
24/7,
Y'all
365.
y'all better represent. So y'all saying y'all got some good black men. Y'all better represent a good black man. Okay.
When I met my husband, I asked him
Nice,
if his
tall,
name.
handsome black man. Let's be clear.
Oh well, my husband stands 6'7", and when I met him, I asked him. I said, I said, "Is your name Hershey?"
Not Hershey.
He said, "No. Why would you say that?" I said, "Oh." I said, "Because I love that chocolate."
Okay, you better have a line to come on in there.
I'm with you
But
when
yeah,
you're right, baby girl, Miss K. Let's go.
You
yes,
better have a
it's
line.
it's the chocolate for me. It's the chocolate for me. No, but no, we just have to be careful, and it goes back to your word that you lean on all the time down now, and that's that discernment. Okay. See, sometimes people get carried away with my daughter's getting married and she's engaged to this white man. Oh, but they can turn on you, because that man turned on that woman, and nothing about him looked wholesome to me. Okay. I'm talking about this man who just killed that baby over in Africa, Tanzania. Beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. And I know doggone well that young lady had everything. If he didn't ask her to marry him, if they didn't become engaged, she had stuff going on for her. Okay? She'd have found her Boaz. She just had to be patient. That's another thing. We get so impatient. Oh, yeah, I'm turning 30. My biological clock is ticking. And look, having babies ain't everything. Being married ain't everything. Okay? Your biological clock, you better wait. And see, that's another thing. This is something I meant to say earlier, and that is women make mistakes because they let these bums pick them, as opposed to them doing the picking. Does that make sense? Did you go to sleep, Darnell?
No,
Darnell?
you said does that make sense? Women picking versus the man picking.
And I'm here listening too, Miss K. Let's be
Oh,
clear.
okay.
We here.
Yeah. Now I know both of y'all go to sleep. I already know that.
Ooh,
Darnell and
you see how she
Darnell and
trying to do
husband.
us, Lakeisha?
Darnell and left me hanging a
I
many a
don't know why
night.
she did us like that, but we still here, nigga.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
you see
I was
how
just checking.
you see
Just
how
checking.
oh Lakeisha, she just did us dirty, Lady
That
K.
wasn't dirty. That was honest.
Well, we won't talk about us. We talking about other folk. Now you we was talking
Well,
about
I'm
other
so sorry.
folk. Now you want to bring us into this.
Well, no. I can take y'all right back out. You
We
know.
We
can't
still here, baby girl. We still here.
right. And hey, Lakeisha, I went and told her exactly what she just said, so she
He
didn't know.
did. Yes, he did. He repeated it
We
verbatim, but
been
that's what
enjoying you the
happened.
whole goddamn night. Let's be clear.
Exactly. Now,
Well,
anyway,
that's what I've seen to be the problem, and I even deal with that like with my girls. You know, I have two granddaughters in their 30s, and I'm like, "What you rushing for? Just take your time. You know, make it tight and right for you."
maybe
And
take
when you know when that special somebody came, because I told them like you told them Negroes will lie. And they
Child.
sell the same lie. They ain't even creative with their lies. Okay? Lies, lies, lies. Don't get hung up. Oh, well, grandma, why is it he'll take me out to dinner to a 5-star restaurant, but he won't follow me on social media and he won't let me take any pictures. I said, because you're one of many. Just because you went to the 5-star restaurant don't make you special. You're in the rotation. You're not the only. Oh, grandma, why would you say that? Because it's true. You're in rotation. A man who wants you will make time for you. He can't get enough of seeing you and being with you and doing nice things for you. Okay? Would you go out to dinner one time to a 5-star? And now you got a question? Him putting you on his social media or vice versa? Because you know that's big deal to them, you know, that you're opposite. My man don't be on social media at all. Okay. If there's any speaking of him, I mention him, and that's to the people who know us. But he could care less about being on social media. That don't have nothing to do with our marriage because I could set my watch by him after all of these years. Okay, he ain't going nowhere, and he ain't gonna let me go nowhere. That's why he having a party. But I'm silly too, guys. No, this race business is a big deal. Our women have to start valuing themselves more. They need to become more politically astute so they understand the impact of what goes on in politics. And I'm not talking about parties, I'm just talking about politics, how politics affects your day to day life, your employment, and so forth and so on. It's one great, big, vicious circle. It's all connected. It the dots may not connect in a circle, but they zigzag and come right back to the same place over and over and over again. So I think that this has been a very valuable discussion that we've had here tonight. I'm glad you brought it to the table, Darnell. Um, I would, my only hope would have been that uh, others would have been participating. I have not been able to see much of the comments uh, because I got it on my YouTube on my screen. And all I see is the 3 dots across the screen of the three of us. But I would be interested in knowing what kind of comments are being made. Are people um, getting what we're putting down here, and Hopefully, they found the conversation to be interesting, enlightening, worthwhile, and more than anything, valuable. I rest.
Okay.
Keisha, she sleep down
Girl, why you still want?
I'm here, baby. I'm here,
Oh
Miss
my
K. I'm
God.
listening to you, baby. Let's be clear.
I wasn't talking that time. Didn't I call her Darnell? Tell the truth.
You didn't get, I don't know if you did call her, but I don't know if you gave her much time to answer. And
Oh, okay. All right. That's fair. All right.
so, woo, listen, baby, let me tell you something. At this point, I'm finna get up this bit because she got me thinking I'm finna go on up out of here. Y'all know I'll leave up out of here in a second. Half a second,
Um,
half a minute. But baby, we didn't even gave no.
I love you all. And Miss K, I enjoyed you down there. I enjoyed this whole topic with my husband here. So we want to spend some time together.
Hey, husband.
And tell him, hey, Fonzo.
Hey,
He said, tell him, hey,
I
Fonzo.
know that's
hey,
right.
brother.
I know that's right with a big voice. I know that's right.
that was
But
real manly.
Yeah, he ready for me to get some time with him in. And I love you all. I enjoyed this
Hey,
topic. I love you, Darnell, to death. And
Lakeisha.
I love you, Miss K. And I love your topic.
I love you both back.
Lakeisha.
Huh?
Y'all enjoy y'all quote unquote time together.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. We need it, Chad. So we for the joy. He been sitting here enjoying this live with me, Chad. But I love this topic. And so
All
I
right.
love you all. I love you all, nosy neighbors. I love you to death, Darnell. And Miss K, I really enjoyed you.
Smooches, my dear.
Love you
I
too,
enjoyed
boo.
you as
Y'all have
well.
a good night.
Good night, baby.
Okay. Good night, all. Be blessed.
So yes, Lady K, we're still awake. I do want to go back to something I was previously showing.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so I was going down. I was kind of building a timeline. You said did you say this was called Chattel? What did you say this was?
Chattel.
Shadow.
Chattel.
Shadow
Yes.
slavery 1619 1865. We went over that. Emancipation and Reconstruction. I don't think I was going over that, but I was interrupted.
I think so.
1863 to 1877, the Civil War. And mind you, this Google search was what were the stages from slavery to Jim Crow to now? Emancipation and Reconstruction, 1863 to 1877. The Civil War and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment abolished slavery and granted citizenship and voting rights to Black men. This period saw major advances, including Black citizenship holding political office. Okay, so we're still not there for the women, but yet now we have the women again, whatever. Black codes and backlash, 1865, 1870. Immediately following the Civil War, Southern states enacted black codes, laws designed to restrict the freedom of Black people, forcing them back into labor under the conditions similar to slavery, acting as a precursor to the Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow era, it says specifically, 1877 to 1950. After Reconstruction ended, legal state sanctioned racial segregation became entrenched, enforced by separate but equal laws, validated by Plessy versus Ferguson in 1869. This era involved widespread violence, the KKK lynching, and severe voter disenfranchisement, literacy tests, and poll taxes. Now, this was 1877 to 1950. Now, can I get my cursor back over this so I can scroll down? Oh, there we go. Now, the Civil Rights Movement, 1950 to 1960, massive protests, grassroots organization, and legal challenges against systemic segregation, leading to landmark wins like Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, and here we are again, like I said, facing this same shit. Post-civil rights era and modern day. So 1970s to present, while codified
Codified.
segregation. Yeah,
You said it.
while codified segregation was eliminated, structural iniquities in housing, criminal justice, and economic opportunity persisted. So this is telling y'all right here, all of that
Mhm.
fight. This is telling y'all right. Google is telling y'all all of that
Mhm.
fight, and still between 1970 and present day, we were still facing all of this stuff. So while certain stuff was eliminated, structural iniquities in housing, criminal justice, and economic opportunities persisted. Modern movements such as the Black Lives Matter. Now I know there's some controversy around the Black Lives Matter, but we're
Yeah.
just gonna use their um, slogan or logo
Mhm.
or meaning behind their business name, and we're gonna use how that interprets in the world. Other than that, I don't know nothing about them people. Black Lives Matter continue to address the systemic disparities and police violence. So basically, it's showing you and cooperating with everything that I said, which is that out of all of the fighting, we just went back from 1619, bro. Bro, we went back from 1619, and we are to tell you from 1970 to present, structural iniquities in housing, criminal justice, and heavy on the criminal justice, and economic opportunity persisted. Listen, what? Listen, listen.
Listen, Linda. Listen.
Listen, Linda. The the thought that racism is just solely about the color of our skin. I refuse to believe that. And at this juncture, I believe that racism is deeper than that. I believe that racism has something to do with our DNA and the
Mm.
power within our DNA, and also the existence that we had prior to being infiltrated. I
Yes,
believe that in the spiritual world, there is a great fear for us in who we are and what we represent.
I agree.
This whole notion of racism and this whole layout of how it has manifested cannot be because the color of our skin solely. What I believe it can be is because what our skin represents, and
Power,
the
strength.
the grand juncture of who we are as a whole in totality, in which to this day, what I believe is we don't even have, well, I ain't gonna say we don't have a clue. We haven't even tapped into it. Now,
Right.
I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna have to fast forward because I'm probably gonna get off here in a few. I'm gonna fast forward that. I'm gonna fast forward this. Now there's this other group of people that say they have all the answers, right? And they say that the reason that we can't tap into this is because of the fluoride and because of all of these things they lay out. And I'm not discounting them, and I'm not saying those things are not true. I'm not saying that. But what I am going to say is this, because I'm fast forwarding because I don't don't think I have the time to get into exactly everything I want to talk about or say in depth, I should say. Out of all of the things that we've gone through, and out of this awakening that is being also represented and perpetuated, and I'll just use those on social media. And listen, I'm not here to decline or to declare, because one thing I realized with me, and this me personally, there's so many people that think they know it. They think they got it. They think they know it all. They think they know the answer, so quote unquote, and they know the structure. They know it's so many groups of people that think they know everything, and some of those, they will even down you if they feel like you don't know what they know. Mind you, they already know you were suppressed from your information, so I don't understand that concept altogether right there. But however, there are these segments of people who think they know the answers to everything. And for that, I will say, if you know all of these answers, and if you've cleared your third eye and all of your chakras, and I am not saying that those things are not important. I'm not saying that they're not real. I'm not saying that they're not the key to what we need. But what I am saying, particularly for the ones who like to frown upon who haven't, if you feel like you have raised yourself so high above everyone, and that everybody else is dumb and they're this, if you feel that you have done that, my question becomes, and there's and there's also comrades that you have that also feel like they have done that, right? And so you find people on equal playing fields, maybe then because y'all had the same teacher or master, as some of y'all call some of them. What's his name? Maybe I'm not supposed to mention his name because I can't think of it. So as some of y'all even have masters, I am trying to understand, if you become and you begin to be so enlightened and you are able to kind of separate and dissect these things or whatever, I'm a little lost as to, and your third eye is open and I'm just a little lost as to your plan. You all don't seem to have a plan, and in particular, I want to say this is for those people who call the other people stupid, because you feel like you've enlightened yourself to a certain degree, which I'm trying to figure out where that got you. I remember talking to this person one time that enlightened themselves. They were so enlightened, and they were working in the gas station. And I was trying, and I asked them, well, how are you so enlightened?
Yeah, you're so aware.
And you're so aware, but you're working in that gas station.
Yeah.
And so I want to say this, because let me tell you something. I absorb a lot of information, and I absorb it, and I don't sometimes, for me personally, and everybody absorbs what they want, I don't know yet whether I want to put it into a category of yes or no. All I know is I'm absorbing the information. There's 10 people saying this, there's 20 people saying that. I'm absorbing the information. And I ask God, let it speak to me. Let it take over me. Let it be overwhelmingly clear when it comes to the right information, what I'm supposed to be doing or whatever. I feel like a lot of y'all are bumping y'all gums. Now, do I feel like y'all are saying some truthful stuff? Yes, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But my issue I have found is when some of you all, I remember this guy with the dreads. that was popular on the internet. Young Pharaoh, I believe his name may have been. I'm not quite sure. And then he went through all of this, and he thought people were stupid. And then he went through all of this where he thought they was chasing after him and whatever. And I don't even know what this nigga is right now. I don't even know where he's at. And so let's not exclude. Let's not make ourselves so profound. Knowing that we have an enemy who would try to wipe us away. Let's not make ourselves so profound that we deem everybody else stupid because they don't see what you see, and all the while knowing you have an enemy that will wipe you out from all of this and nobody know where you at. Where is young Pharaoh? Because something happened to him. And so all of these people who even attempt to become leaders, they can and will be swooped away. I'm not encouraging that. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm acknowledging a lot of the shit that happens within this world. And the reason also why, because you feel like you're enlightened about something, don't talk down on nobody else because they
absolutely not. They're so conscious. They're so conscious.
You're so conscious. And so a lot of these people with the third eye open, I want to know, why haven't you solved the world problems? Why haven't all y'all got together and opened your eyes together and swoop down? I don't understand. I'm covering so many aspects of so many things, and I probably may be moving too fast for some people, but I'm covering the fucking slave master to the fucking conscious. Now, why the fuck do y'all, everybody eyes so open and third eye so open? I'm trying to figure out, where the fuck do y'all think y'all are that nobody else is? Now, I heard some of the people with the third eye open and said there's going to be this great awakening and your third eye is going to lead you into this. You know, I'm going to say this. I am of a person to say, listen, let me tell you what, and there has been brilliant people that says one thing about it is a wise man knows that he knows nothing at all. And y'all motherfuckers think y'all know everything, and y'all can have it.
Sounding like hocus pocus, right?
And listen, I listen to all of these things. I document them. Whatever. And so I don't discredit a lot of things, and I don't say a lot of things are the absolute truth. I document a lot of things, and this is part of the Black fatigue as well. Because everybody think they know. The Israelites got the answer. The Black Jews got the answer.
The Hebrewites,
Jehovah's Witness got the answer. Everybody fucking got the answer.
Let's
be very clear. Let me tell you who I am and how I represent myself in the world. I don't have the answer. And you know what? That frees me clear of a lot of things just by saying, God, I don't have the answer. I know that there's plenty of people that's presented answers before me. I know that. And I know that I'm listening to them. I'm looking into them. I'm finding flaws in everybody's story.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you got so much power with your third eye, and that's no, and I may sound aggressive when I'm saying that, but I'm actually really articulating my perception of how some of y'all come across, especially some of y'all cocky motherfuckers with the third eye. How are some of you, what are you I would think the way some of y'all talk about this third eye, that y'all are able to fucking bring a windstorm amongst this bitch right here in 2026. At least 6 of y'all third eyes are to get together and bring a windstorm and end all of this shit that is going on. with how
Yes.
powerful your third eye is supposed to be. So I'm left to believe, what the fuck are you even talking about? Because I
Because
cannot
it's
see your
bullshit.
power. I don't see your power. I don't see it. I do not see it. Now, how many are there going to be a collective amount of third eye people together to come together to bring about a windstorm of a change, a energy force that is to not be fucked with and to change this? What is y'all plans? Because I don't know. Y'all have I don't get y'all. I don't get you. I don't get you. And so clearing out of the chakras, clearing out of the third eyes, what is it going to happen? So there's going to be a consciousness, there's going to be this and there's going to be that. And so just like everybody else, they said, there's going to be a heaven and hell, and you going to hell and you going there. Y'all just give me a different version of that. Because if and when something happened with the consciousness, who the fuck are you to say that you're going to be the only one to get there?
And then you find out that these people who are so conscious with this rhetoric, for lack of a better word at this moment, it's like sooner or later we find out that you got a scam going here and a
Exactly.
scam going there.
So
You
pushing
fleecing
all of
your
this.
own people.
Lately, every one of these things that I've seen that's pushing this, open your third eye, y'all are pushing a product. Take this. But you know what? After I said all this, if you want to clear your pineal gland and have your third eye free, take this pill. Buy this from me. So I got a fucking skeptical eye about all of y'all motherfuckers. Actually.
Yeah. It's a fleecing. It's definitely a fleecing.
And this is just me.
Okay.
I'm talking
Look
for
at
myself.
Doctor. No, it's not just you. And they all do have a product or service. Look at Dr. Umar Johnson. All these years he's been hollering and screaming about the school in Delaware, and and he's the biggest fraud. Oh, but does he have the gift of gab? Okay, I mean, he's eloquent. He brings his truth with the strength and integrity, and he's an educated man. But he's full of shit. Okay, he's a misogynist when it comes to women. He's taking people's money under the pretense of building this school and so forth and so on. I mean, there's a many. And I take you right back to my old statement that I say over and over again is keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, don't drink the Kool-Aid.
And close your asshole. Now I'm gonna say
that part.
now I'm just I have
we're both laughing.
Something funny and everything that wasn't even real. But what I am gonna say is, moving forward in this conversation, and is very progressive, because I remember the phrase, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I remember that phrase, and I think it was when I was in college or whatever. And the reason that I said that is the Black fatigue, especially that we have in America. If I were to think about where can I go to escape this, it would be very nice for me to go to Africa. But in all actuality, Africa is fucked up.
They don't want us there.
Okay. Africans have their own issues, and they feel their own kind of way towards African Americans.
Yes, they do.
Now, yes, there's been this thing, go to Ghana, and I've seen back and forth things about Ghana. There's been this thing or whatever. And then how the fuck and I don't live there, so it's just a question. How did Africa get so South Africa in particular get so infiltrated with? It's more fucking white people in South Africa than black people.
Well, South Africa's always been predominantly white.
How the fuck?
Okay, that's why they had the wars going on. Because it was the white South Africans fighting the black South Africans. That's what Mandela was all about.
And so, I'm saying all this to say, where the black people that are having black fatigue in America, where could we even go? And so when I did a little research upon that, and you all can do your own research. It's not even. I don't even know. I didn't get to the. Did I get to the? I didn't even get my statistics that I wanted to show on the cocaine versus crack. I may have talked about it a little bit, but it was 100-1 the cocaine versus crack, and I may have talked about that.
It was more than that.
But hold on, it was 100-1, meaning that the punishment was 100-1 about the cocaine versus crack. Now I wanted. This is the part because I may have said that before. And when they adjusted it, just hearing recently, is now 18-1. Now, why the fuck is it still a difference? Because what
it
is
shouldn't be
the difference? You
No,
know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to go back to that real quick, and because I don't want to, I didn't.
What
want
I
to
was remembering
on that.
I was remembering that you said it was 5 grams of crack as compared to 500 grams.
Oh yeah, I could. Let me put it on the
powder.
screen. Let me put it on the screen because
The only thing that we can do, Darnell, is to
Here
lighten.
go right here. And so when I was talking about the progression of this stuff and the black fatigue, and we
Yeah.
were talking about the most recent thing about voter suppression and how we done fought for these voter rights or whatever. And I went back and said several things as far as how black people have had systemic racism and stuff like that. And so here we are, right? 100-1. So the ratio of sentencing was 100-1. It's ask Google. 100-1 federal sentencing ratio of crack versus cocaine, right? The Fair
I see it
Sentencing
now.
Act of 2010 reduced it to now in 2010, y'all. All of that time, the crack, the 2010, which was what 16 years ago,
16 years. Yep.
and it reduces from 18-1. Now, bitch, why didn't it reduce it to 1-1? Are you? Bro, when I tell you I can't with this world, I cannot. I cannot with this world. I cannot with this place. I cannot.
It's crazy.
And it made this reduction retroactive, allowing resentencing and 18-1, whatever. Why? Okay, let me tell you another thing that I looked up right while we're talking about this. And this is when you say I tell you the 5 grams versus 500 grams. And so I probably didn't show this. I don't think I did. I show this? I can't remember. If I said that I didn't show it, I'm not just talking up my ass. This is right here, right? But what I want to show you with this as well, right? Hold on one second. So what is this difference, right? What is this difference with crack and cocaine? Crack, cocaine, a white powder. Crack, a solid. Method of use, cocaine snorted, injected, or rubbed onto the gums. Crack, smoked, freebase. Onset and duration. It's a slower onset, snorted, lasts 45 to 60 minutes. Cocaine. Crack, immediate rush, lasts only a few minutes. Cocaine, highly addictive, especially when injected. Crack, very highly addictive due to intense, fast effects. Health risk, nasal damage for cocaine, risk of infection, crack, lung damage, worsened asthma. Cocaine, as a Schedule 2. Now, this is what they say. Lighter in sentencing historic. Oh, well, let me read it exactly how it is. Cocaine, legal history. Schedule 2, lighter historical penalties. Crack, Schedule 2, historically harsher penalties. Now reduced. And so that's now reduced is when we got back to that 18. Well, I showed it somewhere. When we got back to that, I said 2010 is when they tried to reduce it to 18-1 versus the previous thing. And I wanted to show one more thing on that before, and I wanted to show one more thing on that. Hold on one second. Before we I don't think I have it in front of me.
Want me to help you with the groceries?
Hold on. Hell no.
Oh, it's my stream.
Okay. Bro, it's about to piss me off. Okay. Because sometimes the thing be like, there was another. Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to show. What was it? I don't think I have it in front of me. Let me see. Okay. Now, so we're talking about black fatigue, right? And I presented several things, right? I went on and I just wanted to kind of go on and look up certain things. And I was just curious about certain things. And I said, what is the most moral country in the world? I'm just like, what is Google going to say, right? And it says, oh, it can be different and it can be scattered. But then it says, however, based on surveys regarding perceived citizen morality, social cohesion, and ethical governance, several nations are frequently cited as leaders. And this is Canada and Indonesia. Okay? Now, their perceived social morality, according to data, 92% of residents in Canada and Indonesia view their fellow citizens as moral. The nomadic countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. Okay, the Netherlands. So Germany. So basically, we're going down the list, right? And we don't see the United States. Because why? Because the United States is full of shit, full of hypocrisy, full of shit and full of hypocrisy.
Yes.
All right. And then even when you get down to Germany, Iceland, all of these things, right, will come before the United States. Now they said, what is the U.S. factor? The U.S. is frequently noted as a country where a majority of residents, 53%, view their fellow citizens as not moral, setting it apart from other developed nations, as it should. Okay. Now, what does that say? Right? It says a lot, but we've already known a lot. We've already known a lot. And it's just a matter of being able to tell the truth about what's been going on. Now, I want to close everything with this. And I'm going to let, we have our guest host. At this point, Lady K has become our guest host. So we've talked about all of this. Black fatigue has stemmed from Jim Crow. Well, first of all, from slavery to Jim Crow to now, where we're still fighting stupid shit, right? Now, I want to briefly say, which I think I have said, what happens to the leaders that come up and can soundly give us a vision and lead us into a direction. They are unalive. Now, what has happened to the scientists that have recently come up? And while they're not leading in the terms of these things, when the scientists come up with something that can lead us in the way of some form of freedom, whether it's free electricity or lights or whatever, they unalive, they gone. So now, while we talk about the Epstein files, is anybody going to talk about how these people keep coming up dead that come up with a formula how we can free ourselves? Ain't nobody talk about that. Now, one thing I can say, maybe slowly but surely, white people are waking up. Now, let me expound on that. White people are waking up. Now, we've come a time and we've come a day where the black people are the only ones. We're not the only ones who are being disenfranchised, oppressed, and taken advantage of.
Yes.
Now, the white people are slowly realizing. Now, there's some people who categorize some of these groups of white people like, your teeth missing in the front. You know you ain't you living poor. And so now slowly we're beginning, right? Because of the latest of that, ICE unalived several white people for no reason.
Yes.
Slaughtered several white people in the middle of the street for no reason. Now everybody gets to see what black people have been dealing with for a long time.
Yeah. How's it feel to be?
And farmers who voted for Trump are getting to see. In the beginning of the live, I played how long y'all been getting those subsidies or whatever. You're beginning to see what Trump is doing for you.
Stuff's backfiring on folks.
And so many examples I can give for that rural. The whole notion of what was it called? The DEI. What was it called? DIE. Not DIE.
Yeah.
DEI.
Or you talking about the Voting Rights Act?
No.
The DEI, yes.
DEI.
Yes. Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Equity and inclusion. Thank you. And who did that end up? A lot of who did that end up? Let me get my words together. Who ended up being affected by that for a large degree? That was white women, because they didn't seem to realize that they were included in that.
That's right. They had a target.
As we are progressing along these lines of these things, white people are starting to realize that they're included in this. A lot of you all as well.
They need to ask a few more questions before they start going off
willy-nilly. You know what they need to do? They need to not have the mindset that because it's not them that they don't give a fuck. That's what they need to have. Because
that's true.
There are people who have been said, if one is oppressed, everybody is oppressed. And so don't have the mindset unless it comes to your front door, you don't give a fuck. Because now it's coming to your front door. One white person at a motherfucking time is coming to your front door. Now, let me tell you something, especially the poor white people, and there's plenty. Even the middle class, and there's plenty, because they're working against the middle class to dismantle the middle class.
Working hard on it.
In today's day, it's the rich against the fucking poor. And it's no longer the white against the blacks. Now, black people, we still have our we still have our plight that we have against so many things and so many sources, because has the KKK, they say they infiltrated law enforcement and all of these things. So black people still have it out worse. But let me tell you something. White people, they're after y'all ass too. And I hope that a lot of y'all have seen it. Because if we were to come together, and I want to get into the Hispanic people want to be white so bad. A large percentage of Hispanic, Dominican people, if I'm not mistaken, in Florida especially, vote Republican. We had all this thing of I will vote for Donald Trump, and he shipped y'all ass along the road. Let me tell y'all, it has been such indoctrination that has lasted so long. I had did a live previously about the Willie Lynch syndrome. There has been such indoctrination that has been passed along that a lot of people are so lost. It's a fucking shame and a sad story. But if we were to collectively come together and realize that this fucking system has been against all of us all of this time, and what they've tried to do and what they were effective with doing is pitting us against each other. To say, oh, I'm not that, and I'm not that, and I'm not that, and I don't do that, or whatever. And although actuality is there's bad people on every fucking side of the plane. So it ain't got nothing to do with the bad people on this side, the bad people on your side, because there's good people on this side, there's good people on your side. And if we were to ever come together and have a brain,
that would be ideal.
Maybe then we could get something accomplished. But we're still separated. We're still in the box.
Still got the crabs in the barrel syndrome.
We're still in the box. And black people, that's a whole other story. I hate the fact that it's black on black crime. I hate the fact because so since white people like to talk about black on black crime too, I'm gonna, for the people who committed crimes still to this day, robbing people, whatever. Why don't you go for that? Why are you fucking with black people? Why are you fucking with black people? Why are you fucking with your own people? Why? You shouldn't be fucking with nobody. But why are you fucking with your own people? Do you find it easier, less offensive? But you don't have no more conscience about taken from your own people who are working hard to get what they are getting. And so therefore, somebody who you deem in another neighborhood that cannot miss it when you take it from them, you don't want to go fuck with them, huh? So there is that. But there's also shady white people towards shady white people. White people don't like each other also. There's also white people who are against white people who are Karens towards each other. I've seen it. There's also, so don't just go this black on black. There's white on white. There's ignorant on ignorant. There's a lot of shit going on, and it has nothing to do with nobody's color. It has something to do with your brain capacity, your belief system, who taught you what they taught you, and how open you are to dismantle and get rid of the ignorance that you have in your fucking mind. That's what it is. And so I'm going to say in closing, thank you for all who have contributed to my Cash App. Yeah, baby, y'all did y'all big one tonight. Thank y'all for all who all show love in the Cash App. Please know that you can, even in your replay, show some love for the Cash App. You can send a super thanks when the live is over. All of the things. I appreciate y'all so very much. I thank y'all Nosy Neighbors for always loving me, riding with me, supporting me. Thank y'all so much. And I'll tell all of the haters and all of the people wondering and ask all of the questions, everybody ain't broke, okay? People do what they can afford to do, and they do what they like to do, and they support who they like to support. All right, so there's that. Next thing I want to say is I would hope that whoever is listening to this live that you would find that we had a very well-rounded conversation. It may have been heavy in certain areas at certain times, but I think that the whole conversation was well-rounded. Also, it was honest. Also, you can look up Google, which everybody looks up, and it will tell you everything that we went over tonight. The black fatigue I want to finish with. The black fatigue, again, like I said, maybe subconsciously I had heard it or whatever. I didn't know what it was until I looked it up. There has to be a shift at some point in this world, United States, the world, or whatever, because I do not want to keep going back and forth. And I'm not saying, when I'm saying there has to be, I'm saying there should be, or hopefully there is. I don't know if there's going to be. I don't want to keep going back and forth from shit we fought for and got approved, and we've been in it 61 years, and now all of a sudden 61 years this white man is gonna come and snatch it back. That pisses me the fuck off. It actually does. Because what the fuck? We should have this thing. Well, I guess maybe we you know what? The reality is we're living in an evil world.
Mm-hmm.
And this world has said to be evil and said to be the devil's world. And the devil has said to be the master of music. So it's no wonder why there's so much devilish activity in music. So it's all of this stuff is laid out and I guess planned and supposed to happen. But I am just saying, Black people are tired. One thing I know the Bible says, whoever believes in that, the last shall be first and the first shall be last. But I honestly, there's a clip. I could bring this clip up and maybe I'll end it in this. Let me see if I have it. If I haven't closed it out. Because how much are we even to believe? That's it right here. I mean,
them folks didn't want us.
I just want to pose a question, right? In this current Bible that we believe in. Now, I'm gonna be very clear before I play this clip. I grew up in the church. I've centered a lot of my beliefs around the church and the Bible. I am celibate right now. Prior to now, I was celibate almost 4 years, and now I don't even know how long it's been now. All of this stuff about the Bible and what I should be doing and shouldn't be doing, and all of this, right? But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna play this, and when I play it, I'll open up the end of the conversation because I guess that's how we're just going to end. I think I have some more stuff, but this is how we're going to end. This is the last thing I want to talk about. I think this man has a point. I've thought about this. I've also had this point. I probably have even said it in our lives before. But I want to play this. And hopefully y'all can hear. I think it should be still where y'all can hear. Y'all let me know. Let me see this. Y'all let me know.
On earth, why in the hell?
Let me refresh it, maybe. Can y'all?
I ain't gonna tell you no
hell no.
lie.
Okay, it's not meant to be. It can't be meant to be because how did this skip that man? Because I hit refresh.
You need to go get you a cat in my house.
How did it skip that man? Because I hit refresh. Let me see if I can find this. First of all, can y'all hear the live? Can y'all hear the? Wait. Oh, she fell off. Can y'all hear it? Because I think I was able to find it again.
Them folks didn't want us.
I don't know if this is the one though. Can y'all hear it? Let me just play it because I don't know. I don't know if this is the one or not. I'm just gonna play this because
Them folks didn't want us on earth. Why in the hell would they give us the key to heaven? Jamal, that's the same way I feel about Christianity. What you said about MAGA?
Yes.
And them white
Yes.
preachers?
Yes.
I don't like anything that the slave master believed in. Nothing. Nothing. I don't care what it is. We can take the same principles and call it something else. Them folks didn't want us on earth. Why in the hell would they give us the key to heaven? It don't make no sense. They never gave us anything that was good. So I'm not saying that it's not right if it's right or wrong, but what I am saying, the same way that we sit up and judge people,
Yes.
and ain't done no research, ain't transcribed,
Yes.
ain't went overseas to get those scrolls to make sure that they
Yes.
didn't put their own ideology in those things.
Yeah.
Those people have lied about everything, Jay.
Yeah.
And it has been used as a mechanism, bro. Like a wise man told me one time, it is better to be in chains than to have your mind taken over.
Yeah.
Because you at least with the chains, you know what you're fighting against.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
mentally, if you don't know no better, my grandmother died, one of the most oppressed women in Mississippi, and she was happy. Imagine that. Them folks had my grandmother so wrapped up that she was happy. Them folks didn't want us on earth. Why in the hell would they give us the key to heaven? Jamal, that's the same way I feel about Chris.
All right. So we lost our guest. We're about to get off here anyway. So it's definitely, and I know for a lot of people, that is like too profound of a thought to think about. But no, like I've thought about that many times. This Christianity, especially in the way that it was given to us, and this same Christianity that was used to enslave Black people, and this same Christianity that was rewritten in the King James Version is by, of course, King James, a white man. This same Christianity that was literally a white man. But then in the Bible, it describes him as his hair was woolly and describe his eyes and which one. So this same. So I always kind of say I have more questions than I have answers. I am a type of person, and you all can be how you want to be. I put a bunch of question marks in my head. I may not have the answers to them. And even when someone comes along and think they have the answers, it might still be question marks. And I ask God all the time, when it comes along, but I can know it's real, please let it be abundantly relevant and apparent to me that it's real, because otherwise it's all of these people with all of these answers, and I put question marks around them all. And you all can live how you want to live and decide what you want to decide. But one thing I will say for me is I'm going to question everything. Now, some of y'all was taught up to don't question stuff. And let me tell you this, you're not questioning the God. You questioning these niggas, the white ones and the Black ones that was over here doing all of this shit and writing all of this shit and rewriting all of this shit and trying to enslave you and enslave your mind. You're not questioning God. You questioning King James. That's who the fuck you're questioning. You're questioning why was there several books of the Bible that keep saying it was left out, the book of Enoch and all the other kind of books. And then they took that out. What else did they take out? But black people have been conditioned. Don't question. You're not questioning God. You questioning niggas. Good night and goodbye. And it's a white nigga and it's a black nigga. And right now we're talking about the white niggas. Bye.